You wake in a silence that feels heavier than silence should be. The kind that presses on your ears like thick wool soaked in cold water. Not because the world has gone quiet. There are still crows muttering in the distant trees, a dog barking somewhere past the river, but because the light never came. The sun should have risen by now. You blink once, twice, waiting for the amber wash of dawn to sweep the floorboards, to turn the thatch ceiling gold. But all you get is this dull slate gray, like the whole sky has been turned inside out, and, rubbed with ashdot, you push the furs off your shoulders and sit up slowly, the chill clinging to your skin. Your breath fogs in the air. It's late spring, or it should be. But the mornings have felt more like November these days, except darker. As if someone has thrown a thick woolen blanket over the world and forgotten to take it off. Outside your hut, the village stirs with confused murmurs. You hear the smith swearing at his own hammer, which slipped from his hand and cracked the toe of his sandal. The baker's boy trudges by, muttering that the fire won't stay lit. No kindling dry enough. Not since the rains 2 weeks ago that fell black as tar. Not even the priests know what to say anymore. They just shuffle around the temple with candles and tight mouths, trying not to look too scared. You walk out into the open, feet brushing against wet stone. The air is thick, not like mist, but like the breath of something old, something vast, that rolled in overnight and hasn't quite decided whether to leave. Even the animals feel it. A hen refuses to leave the coop. The oxen won't pull. A neighbor's dog has taken to staring at the sky and growling, softly, without end. The trees don't rustle, though there's a breeze. It's as if the leaves have forgotten how. You remember the stories your grandfather told, the old ones, about the time the sun disappeared for days, and how people thought it was the gods closing their eyes. You always assumed it was exaggeration, drunk nostalgia, or some metaphor. But this feels different. Real, present, like you're walking inside one of those stories now, except you're not the hero. You're just someone trying to keep the fire going. The temple bell rings, but it sounds wrong, muffled, like it's underwater. People gather in the square, some still wrapping cloaks around their shoulders. You see eyes scanning the sky, squinting, trying to understand what they're seeing or not seeing. The sun is supposed to be there. You can feel where it should be, but it's just ... not. Like a friend who said they'd meet you and never showed up. Not late, just gone. A merchant mutters something about smoke from distant volcanoes, how traders from the east said there'd been an eruption. Others hiss at him to shut up, that such talk is dangerous, or worse, sacrilegious. One old woman says the gods are angry because the grain offerings last harvest were moldy. Another blames the eclipse from 3 winters ago, as if its shadow still lingers, crawling across the years, like a slow bruise. And someone else, a boy, barely more than a child, whispers that maybe the sun has died, that maybe it was alive, and no one knew until now. Your stomach knots, though you haven't eaten yet. You think about the grain in your sack, how little of it's left. The early barley is shriveled, hard as pebbles. The wheat never ripened. The last turnips tasted like earth, and nothing more. And now, no sun. No warmth to coax life from the fields. You remember the chill in your bones last night, and wonder if it ever truly left, or if your body's just gotten used to carrying it around. The priest speaks now. His voice is calm but dry, like parchment that's been left too long in smoke. He says this has happened before, though he offers no details. He says it will pass, though you don't believe he knows that. He says to keep faith, light candles, stay inside at dusk, and remember the old songs, the ones meant to summon warmth. You hear someone scoff softly, not in defiance, just ... fatigue. A crow lands on the roof beside you. It tilts its head at you, blinking with small, indifferent eyes. You almost want to ask it what it thinks. It seems no more lost than the rest of you. but it just hops once and flies off toward the gray horizon. Wings slicing through the gloom like a charcoal smear on canvas. You walk back home slowly, your feet dragging in the damp dirt. There's no urgency. The sun isn't racing across the sky, it's barely limping, if it's there at all. Inside, you light a lamp, though it does little. The flame looks embarrassed, like it knows it can't compete. You sit beside it, warming your hands, watching shadows dance across the walls like lazy spirits. You imagine them whispering, telling stories to one another, chuckling about human panic, stretching themselves along your floor just to feel longer. You lie back, pull the fur over your chest. The room smells of soot and wool. A slow chill rolls over you like a tide. There's no wind, no motion outside, just that thick, breathless gray. You try to remember what the sun looked like, not just as a light, but as warmth, as joy, as something you didn't have to think about. You close your eyes, not to sleep, not yet, but to pretend. Pretend it's just an overcast day, that tomorrow will be brighter, that the sky hasn't forgotten how to be blue. The candle flickers low, your breathing slows, and the ash still floats on the wind. Asterisk, you wake again, later, or perhaps you never fully slept. It's difficult to tell anymore. Without sunlight to guide you, the hours drift like old boats in the fog. You sit up slowly, the blanket falling from your shoulders like the hushed hush of old fabric. The candle has burned out. Your room is lit by that same dull silver gray that never shifts. Not quite night, not quite day. Just stuck. Your joints creak more than usual as you stretch, as if even your bones are uncertain what time it is. You rise and open the wooden shutter over the small window, half expecting something to have changed overnight. But the same colorless haze still looms outside, pressing gently against the glass like a curious ghost. The trees beyond your garden sway without rhythm. Not from wind, no. The air is still. It's more like they've grown restless. You dress in layers again, not because it's winter, it's almost summer, or so your memory insists, but because the air carries a damp, biting cold that seeps through the skin, as though the sky itself is exhaling sorrow. You wrap a wool scarf around your neck and step outside. The village is more subdued today. The usual clatter of pots, the barking dogs, the shouts of early trade, all of it softened, like a lull has settled over everything. Only the crows seem to be enjoying themselves. They laugh from the rooftops and perch like little judges on chimney tops, black against the gray, like punctuation marks in a world that's lost its sentence. You make your way to the central square again, as if drawn there by habit or some sleepy magnetism. The others are already gathered, huddled in smaller clusters now, not the curious crowds of yesterday, but smaller knots of people with deeper frowns. You hear a few voices repeating the same line. Still no sun, still no sun. One old man says it with a shake of his head every 5 minutes, like a mantra or a curse, or maybe both. A young girl, not more than 6 winters old, walks past you, clutching a wooden spoon like a sword. Her mother trails behind her with heavy steps, eyes dull. The girl whispers to her spoon that she will fight the dark away. You almost smile. Asterisk, you overhear 2 farmers muttering about the crops, how the barley looks sickly and the peas won't climb their posts. One of them insists it must be smoke in the upper air, that the gods must have knocked over a mountain. A volcano, he says, squinting up at the barely there sky. You nod slowly, though you have no idea if it's true, but it sounds like it could be, and that's enough these days. The truth, it seems, is on holiday. Another man, a bearded one with wild eyes, offers his own theory. He says the sun was swallowed by a celestial wolf, that it won't return until someone sings the right song. He hums a few notes to demonstrate, off-key and solemn, like a dirge for the sky. No one laughs. One woman gives him a turnip, though, just in case he's right. You wander toward the edge of the village, toward the low wall of stones that once marked the end of the world when you were a child. Past it lies the field where the goats used to graze. You stop at the fence. It's quiet here, even more than in the square. No rustling, no birdsong. The sky above you is a solid, chalky sneer. If you stare too long, it starts to feel like it's pressing down on your skull. In the distance, you see a cloaked figure standing alone, a shepherd, maybe. You think about waving, but decide against it. Everyone's wrapped in their own thoughts. Lately, like bundled scrolls, no one dares unroll. You breathe deep and taste the air. It's not foul, not really, just dry, like the pages of a forgotten book. You imagine it smells a little like burnt parchment, or like stories that never got told. Someone calls your name from behind. It's Tyrannus, the beekeeper. His beard looks even bushier in this light, like it's growing to compensate for the lack of sun. He invites you for something warm. You follow him to his hut, small, round, made of mud brick and kindness. Inside, the air smells of wax and wood smoke. He pours you something from a clay jug. It tastes faintly of honey and vinegar, which he claims is medicinal. You don't argue. Tyrannus talks about his bees. He says they've stopped dancing, that they huddle now in the corners of their hives like mourners. He tried playing them music, the lyre. He even tried singing, though that went poorly for everyone. You smile politely. Then he says something else. Softer. He hasn't seen a single bee leave the hive in 3 days. You leave before the silence grows too thick. Back at home, you tend the fire again. The logs are damp. It takes time to coax them into heat. As you feed it twigs and prayer, you think about the old stories again. About how people used to believe the sun was a chariot driven by a god, pulled by fire-breathing horses across the sky. You wonder if the horses got tired, or lost, or maybe the god just took the long way home. Your body relaxes near the fire's glow, even if your thoughts still wander. You eat a little bread, dry but filling. You hum to yourself, not for joy, just for the sound of it. You lie down again. The light outside hasn't changed, but you close your eyes anyway, letting your breath fall into rhythm with the fire's tiny crackles. You imagine the sun is just behind a curtain, waiting for its cue. Maybe tomorrow it peeks through. Just a little. Your fingers grow warm. The walls breathe soft shadows. You feel yourself drifting. The candle flickers low, and the day, or is it night, folds around you like sleep itself. Asterisk. You wake to the smell of smoke. Not the kind from a cozy hearth, or a well-tended stew pot, but something sharper, grittier, ash and earth, and something else. Like stone crumbling under heat. It curls through the air in thin ribbons, stinging your nose before you even sit up. You blink and rub your eyes, half expecting the house to be burning. But no. The fire's long since gone out, just blackened coals now, curled in on themselves like dried beetles. You open the door, slowly, and then you see it. Not fire, but haze. More of it. Thicker. It drifts through the village, like someone's poured gray paint into the air. You cough once. Your breath floats out in a pale puff, despite the month being, well, supposed to be summer. Outside, the skies turned a strange ochre, tinged with something almost copper. The color of a rusted sword, or dried blood on stone. It's worse than yesterday. The air smells burned. Not just here. Everywhere you pass, neighbors huddled with scarves tied over their mouths. Children are being told to stay inside. A woman fans the air uselessly with a basket lid. One of the village elders swears under his breath and claims he's smelled this before, long ago, back when he was barely walking. A season of bad winds. Or maybe it was just a bad year. He doesn't remember. At the well, the water looks murky. Not dangerous. Just ... tired, as though it, too, hasn't slept in days. You fill your jug, and try not to think about the strange flakes floating near the bottom. Dust, you tell yourself, or pollen, not ash. Definitely not ash. Someone says the smoke is from far away. Maybe a volcano, one of those far north fire mountains, the ones that belch black sky and make the ground shake for weeks. But someone else says that was months ago, maybe even last year, or 2 years. Time's funny. Now, it moves like syrup left out in the cold, slow, uncertain, and kind of sticky. You join a group walking up the hill to the eastern field. There's no plan, no reason, really. It just feels like something to do. The path is quiet, except for the soft crunch of ash beneath boots. The air hums, with a dull static, as if the world is waiting for someone to say the right words and unpause it all. As you reach the top, the field spreads out below you in dim stretches. What should be golden green is just brown, gray, and a sad, stubborn green that looks unsure of itself. The wheat is barely ankle-high, the peas never even tried, and where the onions were planted, only stones remain. Someone mutters a quiet curse, then quickly crosses themselves, just in case the gods are listening. Another one laughs, a short barking sound, and says, if the gods are listening, they've clearly got a bad sense of humor. No one disagrees. You stare at the horizon. No sun. Just that bloated orange smear where light should live. It feels like the end of the world, not the kind with trumpets and dragons. Just ... the slow kind. The kind that forgets to finish. A trader from the coast arrives sometime near mid-morning, or what would pass for it. His cart is mostly empty. No fish, no fruit, just a few broken combs, some stale rye, and a tiny clay statue of someone's forgotten god. He says the whole region's like this. Worse, in some places. Fields spoiled, trees leafless, chickens laying eggs with no yolks. He tries to make a joke about selling sunlight by the jar. No one laughs, not even him. You trade a worn pair of socks for a chunk of old cheese. It tastes like salt and regret, but you chew slowly, grateful. You remember sweeter days, bread warm from the oven, honey combed straight from the hive. The way sunlight once made your skin hum. The trader talks about a monastery farther east, where monks are studying the sky. They've drawn diagrams, made charts, lit candles in 12-hour shifts. Some say the smoke came from Iceland. Others say it was a divine punishment. Others, more quietly, suggest the sun was never real, just an illusion all along, a bright trick, a flame that got bored. You nod politely. All theories sound equally strange now, and equally possible. Someone mentions the name Krakatoa, though no one knows where that is, or if it's a volcano, or someone's particularly angry. Later that day, as the wind dies down, you sit alone on your porch, sharpening a knife that doesn't need sharpening. Just something to keep your hands busy. A child walks by, chasing a hoop with a stick. Her laughter cuts through the gloom like a tiny bell, clear and sharp. For just a moment, you forget the sky. When she's gone, the gray settles again, like an old blanket pulling itself tighter. You feel it in your lungs now. Not pain, just pressure. Like the air is made of memory, you head back inside as the darkness thickens. You light a lamp, hold your hand above it, feel the warmth that the sky refuses to give. You imagine the stars hiding behind that layer of smoke, blinking confusedly, wondering what happened down here. You lie back on your mat. Your legs ache, not from work, just from holding weight. The fire crackles, though the flames are tired. You hum again, maybe that same tune from yesterday. You're not sure anymore. Outside, the crows caw one last time, then fall silent. You breathe slower now. The smoke curls thin against the window, and the sky keeps its secrets for another night. You wake with a start, not from a sound, but from the absence of one. No birds. No wind. Not even the usual creak of the rafters above your bed. Just a stillness so thick it feels alive, like the world has decided to hold its breath. Your own heartbeat seems loud against it, as if it's echoing through the quiet, like a drum tapped beneath water. You sit up and listen harder, waiting. Nothing stirs outside, not a single footstep. No livestock, no bells. You dress slowly, your movements exaggerated in the hush. The floorboards groan beneath your weight, like they're embarrassed to be heard. When you open the door, the morning greets you not with birdsong or chatter, but with that same sunless sky, darker than before, a little closer. It looks as if someone has stretched soot over the heavens like a stained curtain. You step into the open and find the streets nearly empty, not abandoned, just ... cautious. Windows are open, only a crack. Doors shut. The usual clatter of the market is gone. Even the gossip-happy weaver isn't at her porch today. The air tastes of damp cloth and old smoke. You press a sleeve, too. Your mouth, though it doesn't help much. Near the well, you finally hear voices, low, urgent ones. A group has gathered, huddled tightly, heads bent like a circle of mushrooms clinging to a rotten log. You walk closer and recognize a few faces. Old Crassius, the potter, with soot-smudged cheeks. Galena, the midwife, arms crossed tightly, as if hugging herself. And a younger boy you don't know, chewing on his sleeve with eyes too wide for comfort. They're whispering about what they saw just before dawn. A flicker of light in the east, a glow. Someone says reddish and unnatural, like a wound in the clouds. It pulsed once, and then faded. Maybe fire. Maybe a star finally breaking through. Maybe someone says it was the sun trying to claw its way back. You feel a flutter deep in your chest. Hope. Doubt. You're not sure anymore what either one really feels like. Everything good is coated in ash these days. It's hard to tell the difference. Galena says she smelled iron in the air. Like blood, she adds, with no ceremony. You glance toward the woods at the village's edge, where the trees sway without wind. You think you see something move there, but maybe it's just your mind filling the silence with shadows. That's how it works now. The less you know, the more your thoughts try to entertain themselves. The boy, maybe 9, maybe 10, says he dreamed of the light before it came. That in his sleep, he saw a red eye in the sky, staring at the world, judging, blinking once, and then crying. Galena hushes him and gives him a piece of dry fig to chew, but no one tells him he's wrong. You leave the group and walk toward the temple, not out of piety, but out of rhythm. It's what you've always done in moments like this, when the world feels larger than you'd like. The temple's door stands open, as it always does. Inside, the space is darker than usual. Only a few candles burn, flickering low and reluctant, like they've grown tired of holding back the dark. You sit in the back, where no one notices you. The air smells of melted wax and damp stone. Somewhere deeper inside, someone is chanting softly. You can't make out the words, but they rise and fall like waves against a ruined dock. You close your eyes for a while. Not to pray, not exactly, but to listen. Sometimes, the hum of another voice is enough. When you open your eyes again, a priest walks by. He doesn't greet you, doesn't smile. He simply leaves a small bowl of dried lavender petals near the altar and walks away, perhaps for the smell, or the memory. You inhale once deep. For a brief moment, the scent brings back a fragment of summer, real summer. Warm stones, bees, sunlight on your skin, and then it's gone again. Outside, the clouds press lower. The air feels heavier. You make your way back home slowly, each step sounding louder than it should. At the far end of the village, the bellringer rings the noon bell, or what they think is noon. No one's certain anymore. It's just a guess, really, an old habit clinging to nothing. You pass by the baker's stall. It's empty. He's stopped making loaves entirely now. No flour left, and what remains tastes more like dust than grain. He waves at you weakly, a cloth tied over his nose. His hands are covered in soot. He hasn't been baking. He's been burning furniture for heat. At home, You sit on the floor near the wall and wrap a blanket over your shoulders. The fire's gone out again. Wood's damp. You don't bother relighting it. Instead, you pick up an old tunic, thread a needle, and begin to stitch for no particular reason. It's quiet work, rhythmic. The cloth is rough, and the needle sticks your finger twice. You suck the blood without thinking. You wonder, idly, how long the sun can hide, how long a world can last without it, and whether, when it returns, you'll even recognize it. You set the cloth aside, curl onto your side. Your bones ache faintly, but not in protest, just in recognition. The candle flickers low. Shadows stretch across the wall like tired arms, and sleep settles beside you like an old, silent friend. You wake to the sound of voices drifting through the window, not panicked, not loud, just puzzled, tired. A familiar tone by now, the kind of conversation that loops in circles, like a spoon stirring broth that's already gone cold. You rise slowly. Your back cracks, a quiet pop that no longer startles you. You've begun to think of your joints as old friends, always complaining, never leaving. You wrap the wool shawl around your shoulders and glance out the small square window. There's a gathering again, near the south gate this time. A few dozen villagers are standing in a loose knot, some with arms crossed, some with hands on hips. Their breath puffs visibly in the air. It's still summer, technically, but the cold clings stubbornly, as if it staked a claim. You step outside. The earth crunches beneath your boots, not from frost, but from the fine layer of ash that has settled overnight. Again, it's thinner today, less of a choking cloud, more like an unwanted sprinkle of seasoning. Someone nearby sneezes loudly. Someone else mutters that it must be the god's dandruff. You make your way to the gathering. It's about a traveler, they say. A man from the next province over, just arrived this morning. He brings news, not good, not bad, just strange. And these days, strange is enough to gather a crowd. He stands near a broken fence post, leaning against it like someone used to walking long roads with little thanks. He's wrapped in furs, even thicker than yours, with a hood pulled low and a walking stick that's seen better years. His beard is frosted with dust. His eyes are sharp, but tired. You've seen that look more and more lately, like people have been awake for days, even in their sleep. He speaks in a low, scratchy voice. Says the sun hasn't been seen in his village either, not for weeks. That fields are dying. That fish have vanished from the river. That something strange happened near the coast. A pond turned completely black overnight. No reflection, just ink. He says the birds wouldn't land near it. That dogs refuse to drink. People mutter. One woman gasps and clutches a wooden charm around her neck. A man spits into the dirt and curses the air. Someone, possibly trying to lighten the mood, asks if the pond was cursed or just having a bad day. No one laughs. Not this time. The traveler goes on. He says they're calling it the year without the sun. You've heard that phrase before, in whispers, in half-jokes. But now someone's said it out loud, and it sticks in your ears like a burr. The year without the sun. It sounds like the title of an epic poem, the kind bards sing with dramatic pauses and minor chords. Except there's no music. Just waiting. You feel something tighten in your chest. Not panic, not fear. Just a small knot of heaviness. Like your ribs are remembering things you haven't told them yet. The traveler pulls something from his satchel, a scrap of parchment, rough and faded. It's a drawing of sorts. A crude sketch of a sun crossed out, with strange symbols beneath it. He says a monk drew it. A scholar, or maybe a madman. Hard to tell the difference lately. Someone asks if it's a prophecy. The traveler shrugs. Says the monk wouldn't stop laughing when he handed it over. So maybe. People begin to drift away, slowly, like smoke after a weak fire. There's nothing more to hear, and even less to say. You walk back home, with your hands in your pockets. You pass a boy sitting beside the path, carving tiny suns into the dirt with a stick. One after another, all in a line. You don't disturb him. Back inside, your house feels smaller today. The shadows reach farther. The silence hums differently, like it's listening to you instead of the other way around. You light a candle and sit near the window. Outside, the sky is dull as old pewter, a clouded bruise. You think about the black pond. Try to imagine it. Still water that swallows light. No reflection. Just ... absence. You remember a time when the sun was so bright it hurt to look up, when the fields blazed golden and bees swarmed like living music. You remember sweating, laughing in the shade, biting into fruit still warm from the branch. It feels like remembering someone else's dream. You unwrap a bundle of dried herbs, thyme, sage, and a crumbled pinch of lavender. You drop them into the fire and watch the smoke curl upward, a whisper, against the darker air. The scent is soft, earthy, strangely hopeful. You breathe it in slowly, as if it might fill the spaces that food and sunlight no longer can dot. You lie down again, not out of exhaustion, but because it feels safer, closer to the ground. The candle flickers, casting shapes across the wall that don't quite match the furniture. You pulled the blanket higher. Outside, the wind begins to stir, just barely. The trees sway like they're sighing. Your fingers relax. The day exhales, and sleep curls beside you like a silent cat. Warm and full of old secrets. Asterisk, you stir to the sound of something faint. Not quite music, not quite speech. A kind of hum, like bees might make if they were buried deep underground. For a moment you wonder if you're still dreaming. Then you sit up, and the air presses cool against your skin. And you know you're not. Outside, the light hasn't changed. The sky still looks like wet parchment, smeared with soot. No sun, no blue, just that same ashen dome that has hovered for weeks now, timeless and unimpressed. You wrap a shawl around your shoulders and push open the door. The sound is clearer now, a low, slow chant coming from the direction of the temple. Not urgent, just steady, like someone casting a spell with rhythm and repetition alone. You follow it. Your boots crunch softly on the dry path, past fences that are more suggestion than boundary now, past gardens that have given up entirely. You pass a man kneeling by a chicken coop, whispering softly to his last remaining hen, as if it might lay gold if only he says the right words. He doesn't look up as you pass. The chant draws you toward the temple steps, where you find a group kneeling in the square. Not just priests, neighbors, merchants, even the blacksmith's daughter, her hand still stained with soot. There, all murmuring the same slow line in unison. You can't catch the full phrase, just fragments. ... bring back the light. ... wake the sky. ... turn again. ... Their voices are worn and hoarse, not from shouting, but from long, dry use. You wonder how long they've been here. An hour. All morning, all night. Time, like the sun, has slipped through your fingers. You stand at the edge and watch. They aren't pleading. Not really. It's not a prayer of desperation, but something quieter. A kind of persistence. A way of reminding the universe that they haven't forgotten what it means to hope, even if the sky has forgotten how to listen. The priest leads the next verse, lighting a small oil lamp with a flick of flint. The flame dances for a moment, before calming, casting a brief glow on the nearby stone. It looks strangely beautiful in the gloom, fragile, brave. Then the flame goes out. No one reacts. They just keep chanting. You feel a strange urge to join them, but instead, you walk quietly around the edge of the square, and toward the rear of the temple, where the old mural once stood. It's mostly faded now. Centuries of wind and candle. Smoke have dulled the colors, and the creeping wet has cracked the plaster. But you can still make out the outline of the old story. A god with golden hair, pulling the sun across the sky in a chariot. one wheel always catching fire, the other leaking sparks. As a child you thought it was silly, too literal. Now, standing in this dim silence, you find yourself wanting it to be true. Because if someone is pulling the sun behind them like a stubborn ox, then maybe they've just stopped to rest. Maybe they'll start again. You touch the wall gently. The stone is cold. A soft cough behind you makes you turn. It's the baker's wife, older than you remember, cheeks sunken from worry. She's holding out a small bundle of cloth. Inside is a biscuit, tough and misshapen, but still warm. Take it, she says softly, like a secret. You look thinner. You thank her and take a bite. It tastes like memory and smoke. You finish it slowly. Later, you walk home through the forest edge path, hoping for quiet. The trees here are strange now. They creak more than usual, even when there's no wind. Some have lost leaves they weren't supposed to lose yet. Others have grown moss too early, and the birds, the few that remain, sing at the wrong times, as if confused by the endless dusk. A lark flits past your ear and sings a morning song, even though it's almost evening. Or is it? Back in your hut, you sit by the hearth. The fire's long dead, but the scent of old smoke lingers, soaked into the stones. You lean against the wall and close your eyes for just a moment, letting your breath slow. The biscuit sits warm in your stomach. Your fingers tingle, though not from cold, from something else. You aren't sure what. Outside, the chanting continues, a little fainter now, like it's humming its way through the walls of the village. It's oddly soothing, that repetition, not a promise, not even a plea, just ... People remembering what it feels like to ask. You lie back down and pull the shawl tighter around your shoulders. Somewhere in the woods, a fox calls out, a soft bark, lonely and uncertain. You feel yourself drifting. The walls blur slightly. The candle flickers with no wind, and the chant, though distant, settles in your chest like a lullaby from a dream you haven't had yet. You breathe slower now. Your fingers curl softly at your side, and the air wraps around you like a cloak sewn from silence. You wake to water dripping, just a single drop, falling from the thatch above your bed. Then another, a pause, then one more, rhythmic, patient, like a slow clock in an empty room. You blink and stare up at the ceiling. The leak is small, no more than a bead, but it has found the perfect spot to land. The hollow of your pillow, right where your ear rests. You roll slightly and sigh. It's not worth moving far. Nothing really is, these days. Outside, the air feels wet before you even step into it. A thin mist clings to everything, the trees, the stones, even your eyelashes. It smells faintly of damp moss and cold metal. The sky hasn't changed. Still, that same bruised gray, stretched across the heavens like a wet cloth left too long, over smoke. A stream runs near the path now. It wasn't there yesterday. The water trickles in from the hills, dark and slow, and spreads into shallow pools across the low ground. It burbles faintly as it passes, like it's whispering to itself. You crouch beside it, dip your fingers into the flow. It's cold, but clean. Maybe even comforting, in a way. A reminder that the world still moves. Just quietly. A few villagers are nearby, scooping water into clay jugs and muttering to one another. They seem relieved. Water, at least, hasn't abandoned them. Not yet. The baker's daughter is skipping stones, silently, watching the ripples instead of the skies. Her face is expressionless, like she's learned not to expect too much. You hear footsteps behind you and turn to see Tarinas, the beekeeper, carrying an empty basket and a grim expression. The hives, he says simply, are gone. You blink. Gone. He nods. They left. All of them. Just left. No sign of disease. No honey taken. Just silence. He laughs softly, a humorless, cracked sound, and adds, at least they were smart enough to leave. You offer him half a fig from your pocket. He eats it without speaking and walks off toward the woods. Not looking back, you spend the next hour helping an old woman fix the roof of her hut. Her son was supposed to do it, but he's been ill, coughing fits that don't stop, chest tight like he's breathing through a cloth soaked in soot. You climb the ladder, tie the reeds, patch the hole with mud and cracked slate. The rhythm of it is grounding. You forget the sky for a little while. That helps when you climb back down. She hands you a cup of broth. It tastes mostly of water and herbs, but it's warm, and you cradle it with both hands like something sacred. She tells you, quietly, that she started sleeping in the afternoon instead of at night. She says she can't tell the difference anymore, and it's warmer then. You nod. You understand. On your way home, you pass the meadow. It used to be full of dandelions and clover, humming with bees and soft winds. Now it's a smear of flattened grass and bare patches. A single deer stands at the far edge, ribs showing through her coat. She looks at you without fear, just a calm awareness. Then she walks away. Back at your hut, the floor is damp from the morning leak. You light a small fire, though it takes longer than usual. The wood smokes, not because it's wet, just stubborn. You fan it with an old scrap of linen until it catches. You sit close, warming your fingers. Your hands are starting to crack at the knuckles. You dab a bit of oil on them from a jar, unsure if it helps. It just feels like something to do, an act of care in a world that's forgotten how to offer any. You pull out an old bit of parchment from a drawer, something you used to write recipes on, before food became something too precious to experiment with. The ink has faded, but one word still stands out clearly: garlic. You smile at that, for reasons you can't quite explain. You make a mark beside it, not because you have garlic, but because you remember what it meant too. Outside, the mist thickens, clinging like wool. The village bell doesn't ring today. Maybe they've stopped trying to count the hours. You lie down near the fire, wrapping your arms around a folded blanket. Not for cold, just for the feeling. Your ears ring faintly, the silence pressing in, soft but endless. As your eyes grow heavy, you think of rivers, of water still flowing underground, of roots reaching toward it in the dark, unseen but persistent. You breathe slowly. The fire dims to embers, and the rain begins to fall again, gentle as a lullaby spoken by the earth. You wake to the sound of footsteps, slow and steady, not near your door, but out on the road that passes your home. They're not hurried or heavy, just deliberate, as though the person walking isn't going anywhere in particular, but still needs to be moving. You stay still a moment, breathing beneath your blanket. The air is cool against your face. Somewhere, near the corner of the room, water drips again, maybe from the same leak, maybe a new one. Time stretches like wool pulled too far. Eventually, you sit up. The blanket falls from your shoulders in a soft tumble, and you shiver just once. Not from cold, from the world, maybe. When you step outside, the mist hasn't lifted. If anything, it's thickened. It lies low over the ground like spilled milk, curling around rocks, clinging to trees. Your boots disappear into it as you walk. It dampens sound, muffles your thoughts. You follow the footprints in the road, not because you expect to find someone, but because they offer direction, and that's something rare now. Left foot, right, pause, left again. They meander slightly, then straighten. They lead toward the old watchtower on the hill. The watchtower hasn't been used in years. It was never much of a tower, really. Just a round stump of stone, with a wooden roof, and a ladder that creaks in warning every time someone climbs it. But it was built to see the horizon, back when that meant something. You follow the prints all the way to the base of the tower. Then you look up. A figure sits there, wrapped in a thick brown cloak, legs dangling just over the edge, not moving, just watching, or trying to. You call out softly. The figure doesn't move. Not alarmed, not startled, just still. You climb up the ladder, each rung cold beneath your fingers. At the top, you sit beside the stranger in silence. It's a young woman, maybe your age, maybe younger. Her face is drawn, pale, the kind of pale you only see when sunlight has forgotten a name. Her eyes don't turn to you. They stay fixed on the nothing ahead, on the thick fog, on the place where the sky should meet the world. You waiting for something. You ask. She doesn't answer for a long time. Then, softly, she says, I just want to remember what the distance looks like. You both sit with that dot. You try to remember it too, the way the hills rolled away into valleys, and valleys into plains, and everything shimmered a bit when the air got hot in summer. You remember standing here years ago, watching storms sweep across the land like spilled ink, feeling the wind curl around your face, and knowing, just knowing, the world was enormous and open. Now, it feels folded, small, like a closed book. She pulls something from her satchel, a stone, flat, gray, carved with a sunburst on one side, crude, but deliberate. She runs her thumb over it like it's something sacred. My brother carved it, she says. Said it would bring the light back. You nod, not because you believe it, but because sometimes belief doesn't need proof, just company. A crow calls from below, sharp and sudden, as if to remind you both that you're still here. You lean back against the wooden wall. It creaks. Your legs dangle beside hers now, your boots brushing the damp air. Below, the fog shifts slightly. Shapes move in it, not people. Just trees, fence posts, your imagination. One of those you feel your eyelids grow heavy. You haven't slept much, not deeply, anyway. No one really does anymore. The world outside doesn't let you. But up here, above the road, above the square, above the coughing and murmurs, and fires that never fully warm, it's quiet. She hums softly, not a song, just a sound. A note you think you almost recognize. It lingers. You think of warmth, of afternoons where time didn't matter, of childhood games where the sky was blue, and you never once thought it might disappear. You close your eyes for just a moment. The breeze shifts. You smell pine sap and damp grass. You feel weightless, like your body is still beside her, but your thoughts have already begun to drift elsewhere, out into the fog. Down the road, past the broken fields, and the tired prayers in the silence that stretches longer each day. You open your eyes again, and she's gone. Not vanished, just descended. Footsteps already fading into the mist. You wait for a while, not ready to move, not needing to. Then slowly, you rise. The ladder creaks under your descent. The road is soft with ash again. You make your way home, past trees whose limbs look thinner. Each day, past fences bowed under the weight of too much waiting. At home, the air is still. You light a candle and place the little sunstone near it, just to see what the light does. It glows softly. You lie down beside it. No dreams, just breath. The candle flickers low. The fog curls at the door, and sleep pulls you gently into its wide, empty arms. Asterisk, you wake up to the feeling that something has changed. Not in a loud way. Not like thunder cracking the sky, or a rider pounding past your window with urgent news. Just something different in the air. The kind of shift you notice in your bones before your brain catches up. The first thing you do is listen. No chanting today. No clatter of pails. No coughing fits in the neighboring hut. Even the crows are quiet. You pull the blanket around your shoulders and rise slowly, as if not to startle the silence. Outside, the sky is a little paler, not clearer, exactly. It still wears that permanent shroud of gray, but there's a softness to it, like the ash has thinned just slightly. The kind of softness you might mistake for sunlight, if you squint, if you pretend. You tilt your face upward and close your eyes. The air against your cheeks feels warmer today. Not warm, just less cold. You let it settle on your skin like a memory that hasn't quite faded. You step out and begin walking. No particular reason, just to see. Your feet follow the road toward the east fields, or what used to be fields. Now they're dry and stubborn, patches of cracked soil and low, brittle stalks. But something glints in the dirt as you pass. Not gold, not metal, just dew, actual dew. You crouch, touch a blade of wild grass. It's wet, cool. You press your fingers to your lips and smile without meaning to. It's the first moisture that hasn't come from mist or tears in what feels like forever. Farther down, you find the goat herder sitting cross-legged on a rock, humming to himself. His herd, only 5 goats now, are chewing listlessly on dry shrubs. But he raises a hand when he sees you and nods toward the trees. They bloomed, he says. You follow his gaze, and there they are. Tiny, stubborn blossoms, 3, maybe 4, dotting the crooked branches of a scraggly plum tree, barely there. Like nature scribbled something and changed its mind. The petals are pale, almost gray, but they're alive, and they weren't there yesterday. They smell like nothing, the herder adds, scratching his beard. But I think I dreamed of color last night. Maybe that counts. You nod. Maybe it does. You spend some time helping him repair the small fence that keeps the goats in place, or at least gives the illusion of trying. The wire is rusted, the posts are loose, but your hands remember the movements. Hammer, tie, step back, repeat. The rhythm is comforting. He offers you a roasted root he dug up yesterday. It's bitter but filling. You eat side by side on the stone, neither of you talking for a while. When the wind picks up, you both look toward the hills. The mist isn't as thick today. You can almost make out the edge of the ridge. Just a faint line, like someone drew a border in charcoal. The herder says, "You think maybe the sun's just shy now." You glance at him, he grins. "I mean, I would be, after all the complaining we did. Imagine trying your best, and everyone down here keeps yelling, 'Come back already.' Maybe it just needs a minute." You laugh. It's short, but real. You thank him and make your way home as the sky lightens just a shade more near your door. You pause. There's a small package sitting on your stoop, wrapped in linen, tied with a fraying ribbon. No note. You open it slowly and find a piece of chalk inside. Just one, white and clean, along with a tiny folded paper. Inside the paper is a single word, draw. You smile, not because you know who left it, just because someone did. You bring the chalk inside. The walls of your hut are bare, except for a faded bit of embroidery near the hearth and a half-burnt candle stub. You kneel down and begin to draw. At first your hand is hesitant. A few lines, a shape, then a bit more. You draw the sun, not how it looks now, smothered and distant, but how you remember it. Big, golden, radiant. You give it a face, even kind eyes. Sleepy smile. You draw rays that stretch out across your little wall, reaching toward where the light never quite lands anymore. And then, beneath it, you draw people, simple ones, stick figures, really standing together, arms up, as if greeting the light. Some hold baskets. One is petting a goat. You laugh to yourself and add a flower in someone's hair. Why not? The chalk dust clings to your fingers. You step back. The drawing is messy, crooked, childlike, but it feels like something. You lie down, near it, pulling your blanket up to your chin. The fire's gone out again, but you don't feel cold. The chalk sun watches over you, radiant in a world of gray. You breathe out slowly. The air hums faintly, and a fragile warmth stirs in your chest, like light remembered from a dream. You wake to the sound of someone sweeping. A gentle rhythmic drag, pause, then drag again. Not frantic, not rushed, just slow, steady circles outside your door, like someone brushing the earth clean of everything it has forgotten. You sit up, rubbing your eyes. It takes a moment to remember where you are, not because you've gone anywhere, but because waking has become like surfacing from deep water. The line between dream and memory thins a little more each day. You push open the door and blink at the dim light. It's brighter than it was yesterday. Not by much, not enough to squint or shield your eyes, but it's there, a subtle, dusty glow in the sky, a whisper of gold behind the clouds, as if someone's lit a candle behind a curtain, and then walked away. The old man sweeping turns slightly when he hears you. It's Lauren, the cobbler, though he hasn't made a single shoe in weeks. Not since the leather ran out, and the ash started settling on everything like flour on dough. He still wears his apron though, out of habit. Maybe hope. Morning, he says, without stopping the broom. Thought I'd try to find the road again. You glance down. There's a path beneath the sweep of his broom, barely visible beneath the fine layer of gray. Stones worn and cracked. You recognize one of them, a smooth, flat piece that used to sit outside the well. You remember stubbing your toe on it once. It feels like a long time ago. A different season. A different world. I figured. Lauren continues. If the sun's thinking of coming back, it might help to show it where we are. Can't find a village if it's buried in dust. You nod. Not because it makes sense, but because somehow it does. You help him for a while. You find an old broom leaning by your neighbor's door, half covered in cobwebs. The bristles are dry, and it creaks when you use it, but it still moves the ash dots side by side. You and Lauren sweep small, careful paths between huts, around fence posts, under windows. The sound is oddly satisfying, soft, scratchy, like sandpaper, against wood, a sound with purpose. People begin to notice. No one says much at first, but you catch glances from behind curtains. A child peeks from behind a gate. The weaver's dog barks once, then trots out to investigate. Tail low but wagging. By midday, or what feels like midday, for more people have joined in. The blacksmith, the teacher, the boy with the missing tooth who once threw apples. At your door, even the priest comes out, dragging a wide broom with a broken handle. The village is still gray, still cold, but now there are lines, thin walkways between homes, patches of swept stone, outlines of the well, and the communal bench, and the steps leading to the square. It's like someone has traced the bones of a place long buried, giving shape back to the forgotten. Someone lights a lantern, even though it's not dark yet. The flame flickers against the thin light. You think it might be the brightest thing you've seen in weeks. Later, you sit by the well, your hands sore from sweeping, your shoulders tired in a good way. You sip water from a wooden cup, and it tastes cleaner today. Maybe it's your imagination. Maybe it's the sweeping. The girl who tends the goats passes by with a small garland of dry flowers, bits of clover, thistle, and something yellow you don't recognize. She leaves it by the base of the well, says it's for luck. No one argues you. Hear music. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. Someone has taken out a flute. The notes wobble and trip a little, but they hold together. You can't see the musician from where you sit, but the sound reaches you like a thread of silk on wind, soft, warm. You close your eyes and let the notes wash over you. They're not a song you know, at least not one you can name, but it feels familiar, like a lullaby you half remember from childhood, the kind sung to babies too young to understand, meant more for rhythm than meaning. When the music fades, no one claps. No one needs to. The silence afterward is a kind of applause in itself. You return to your home just before dusk. The chalk drawing on your wall is still there. The sun, the people, the crooked rays. You add a few more lines before lying down. A bird, maybe, or a tree. Something to balance it. The blanket is warm from earlier, still curled where your body left it. You nestle back into it with a soft exhale, muscles sinking into the familiar grooves of your mat. Outside, The village hums quietly, not with noise, but with the feeling of something being remembered. Something being rebuilt, not with tools or blueprints, but with motion, with rhythm, with dust brushed gently away. You breathe slower now. The broom bristles echo faintly in memory, and your thoughts trail off like footprints in swept stone. You wake to the sound of fabric snapping gently in the breeze. It takes a moment to place it, not the usual rustling of a blanket or the groan of wood, but something looser, lighter. A whisper made of thread. When you sit up and listen closely, you realize it's a piece of cloth, hanging on a line. You rise, stretch slowly, and peek out your window. Someone has hung laundry again. It's not much, just 2 tunics and a tattered blanket, but they sway back and forth like flags for a quiet kingdom. For weeks, no one bothered to wash anything beyond what was needed to survive. But now, with the ash thinning and the wind moving again, someone has made space for small rituals. You step outside and draw in a breath. The air feels easier. Today, still cool, but softer. No bite, no bitterness. You decide to visit the stream. It winds just past the edge of the village, not far, but outside the usual paths. Since the mist first came, most people have stayed close to their doors. But the stream is calling today, quietly, insistently. So you wrap your shawl, tuck a bit of dried fig in your pocket, and begin walking. The trees are wet with dew, not heavy, not dripping, just brushed with it, like someone touched each leaf gently before dawn. You trail your fingers along a branch, and it comes away damp. You press that dampness to your lips. It tastes like morning. You pass an elder sitting on a rock, watching a snail crawl across his boot. He nods to you, doesn't speak. He's holding a clay bowl of soaked lentils in his lap, slowly sorting the stones from the food. His hands move like they've done this for centuries. You reach the stream and sit beside it. The water flows steady, quiet, but not weak. You watch it slide over pebbles and disappear beneath a curved root. It reflects the pale sky in broken, shifting fragments. You almost believe you see a hint of blue in it. You lean closer, squinting, just in case. You stay there a while, listening, watching, letting time pass the way water does steadily, whether you notice or not. Eventually you take the fig from your pocket and eat it in small bites. It's chewy and sweet, and the taste clings to your fingers. You press your sticky fingertips into the grass, like you're marking the earth with something real, something that matters. You lie back and stare at the sky. There's still no sun, not exactly, but there is light, not harsh, not golden, just light enough to see by, and that feels like a beginning. You remember, briefly, what summers used to be like. Long days with no clear edges, the sound of insects humming in the heat, clothes clinging to your skin. You think of wet hair drying in the sun, of warm bread, of children yelling just to hear their own joy echo off stone walls. That world feels impossibly far away, but also not entirely gone. You close your eyes and listen again. Birdsong, faint off in the trees, but unmistakable. A few notes, tentative, unsure of the hour, but there, your heart lifts gently, cautiously, like a lantern being raised in the dark. You decide to gather some herbs on the way home. There's a patch of wild mint you remember near the edge of the old cart path. You find it exactly where you hoped, small and green, the leaves curling like fingers reaching up. You pluck a few sprigs and press them between your palms, breathing in the scent. It cuts through the dampness, sharp, clean, ancient. You wonder how such a small thing can smell so alive. Back in the village, more windows are open now. You see someone dusting a shelf. Another person is mending a fishing net with fingers that fumble but keep trying. The chalk drawing you made is still on your wall, faded now, but still smiling. A child runs past your door holding a stick like a sword, chasing something only He can see. His laughter is hoarse from disuse, but real. You make a small pot of tea with the mint. The water is warm, not hot. Firewood is still scarce, but the flavor is enough. You sit by the door with the cup in your hands, letting the warmth seep into your fingers. You don't drink it all at once. You sip slowly, like the tea has secrets, and you're trying not to scare them away. The wind shifts again, tugging at the corners of your shawl. It brings with it the smell of tilled earth. Someone's planting, or at least trying to. You close your eyes. The cup rests in your lap. Your breath slows. Your shoulders loosen, and the wind, kind and thin, combs through your hair like an old friend saying, "You're still here." The shadows stretch longer, but they don't feel as heavy now. You lie back, one hand still wrapped around the tea, and the other resting on your chest. The clouds move above like drifting ships, slow, soft, unwithered. You breathe in the scent of mint, and sleep comes, like warm soil, quiet and full of dreams. You wake to the scent of something sweet, not strong, not overwhelming, just a faint ribbon of it, curling through the air, winding its way to you like a breeze carrying news from another life. It smells like honey, not fresh, golden honey, in the comb, but the memory of it, the kind that lingers on fingers long after the jar has been emptied. You sit up slowly, stretching beneath the blanket. The air is cool, but not sharp. Your joints creak gently in protest, like old wood under soft weight. You smile to yourself. Even your bones remember the days getting lighter. You follow the scent outside. It leads you toward the edge of the village, past the old goat shed and the stone trough, where someone has left fresh water. You pass the painter's house, a woman who once painted murals of battles and kings, now sketching circles and clouds on scraps of parchment. Small and slow, she waves to you from her doorway, charcoal smudged on her cheek. "I think the sun came back in my dream," she says, as if it's a casual update. You nod. "Did it say anything?" She grins. "Only that it missed us." You laugh softly and keep walking. The scent is stronger now, near the eastern slope. It dances between the trees, teasing and thin. You find yourself stepping lightly, as if not to scare it away. You reach the old garden. It used to be full of herbs and flowers. Basil, calendula, sage, a row of garlic once stolen by children, for dares. The beds are mostly bare now, but something's blooming. You see it before you believe it. A small bush, low to the ground, and nestled inside its scraggly branches, 3 pale blossoms, cream-colored, soft as breath, and bees, just 2 of them, maybe 3, not swarming, not busy, just floating from petal to petal, legs dusted faintly with pollen. They buzz lazily, like they're just waking from a long dream. You crouch beside them, careful not to disturb their work. The air smells of damp earth, and that soft sweetness, warm, golden, a fragrance without weight. You close your eyes and let it wash over you. It smells like something the world forgot, and is just now remembering. You stay like that for a while, knees in the dirt, arms resting on your thighs, breath slow and even. Eventually, you hear someone approaching behind you, light steps, slow and cautious. It's Nira, the girl from the far cottage. She carries a small clay pot in both hands, its surface smeared with ash and fingerprints. Inside is a single honeycomb, dull and half broken. "I found this under the old eaves," she says. "Empty mostly, but I warmed it. There's enough for a taste." You don't ask why she brought it. You both know. You sit beside her beneath the gnarled branches and take turns dipping a finger into the honey. What's left of it, soft and warm and thick as memory. It tastes of smoke and flowers, of last year, of laughter, of something that still wants to live. Neither of you speaks much. Words feel too heavy for a moment like this. Instead, you hum quietly, absently, a tune from childhood, maybe. 1. your grandmother sang when braiding your hair by firelight. You don't remember the words, just the rhythm, the way it curled around your bones and settled there like moss. Nur leans her head on your shoulder. I think the bees know something. We don't, she murmurs. You nod. They usually do. The sun still hasn't broken through the clouds, but the light has changed. It's gentler, less gray, more like silver, like a mirror reflecting light from somewhere else. You carry the pot back to the village together, taking slow steps. Along the way, you see someone planting onions, another washing a cloak in the trough, a boy drawing suns on the wall of his home with a bit of clay, some with faces, some without. One even has arms, as if reaching out to give someone a hug. You place the honey pot in the center of the square. No ceremony, no announcement, just there, a little offering, a little reminder, and somehow, that's enough. Later, as evening begins to settle, if it can still be called that, you return to your home. The drawing on the wall has faded a little more, so you add to it. You draw a bee, hovering near the sun. You give it wings like soft leaves, a trail behind it, like music in the air. You light a candle and sit beside it. You can still taste the honey on your tongue, faint and warm, like a kiss from a time that hasn't happened yet. You lie down with your hand on your chest. Your thoughts drift like bees in late afternoons, slow, aimless, content, and the last thing you feel before sleep takes you is the ghost of sweetness in your breath, the quiet hum of wings, and the softest warmth blooming just behind your ribs. You wake to the sound of whispering cloth. At first, you think it's the wind again, slipping under the door and teasing the corners of your blanket. But then you open your eyes and realize, no, it's not the wind, it's someone weaving. The rhythmic swish of wool threads pulled through fingers, tugged and looped, again and again. You rise without speaking. Outside, the air is cooler than yesterday. The sky a little dimmer again, but not heavy, just quiet, like it's listening. You follow the sound toward the square. The weaver is sitting on the bench beside the old well, her loom balanced across her lap. She's wrapped in a shawl, the color of whetstone, eyes half closed, as her hands work through muscle memory. The loom is handmade, crooked in places, patched with twine, but functional. She hums softly, not to anyone, not for attention, just to keep time with the motion. You sit across from her and watch. The fabric she's making is pale and rough, streaked with the last bits of dye they have left, a muted blue, faint ochre, a single thread of red that slips through like a secret. It's not meant to be beautiful, just warm, just enough. She glances up once, meets your eyes, and nods. Then her fingers continue. A few others begin to gather. The baker's daughter, carrying a cracked clay bowl of lentil mash, a shepherd with grass in his beard, even the boy who lost his voice after the sickness. He sits cross-legged near the fire pit, drawing patterns in the dust with a stick. None of you speak. There's no reason to. The square becomes a kind of still rhythm. The swish of wool, the scrape of wood, the clink of a spoon, the faint pop of damp twigs burning in a small hearth someone's managed to coax to life. It smells of ash and mint and cloth warmed by sunless air. You close your eyes for a moment and listen to it all. Someone begins braiding hair. Someone else hums a note, not a tune, just a single tone, held gently like a cup of water. Others pick it up, layer by layer. It becomes a lullaby for the middle of the day, a melody with no name. You feel your shoulders drop, your hands unclench, your breath slows. You don't even realize you've started to cry until the warmth trails down your cheek and tickles your chin. No sound, no sobbing, just release. The weaver doesn't stop, but her hand reaches out, touches your knee for a second, and then returns to her work. The touch says everything. Later, you take a walk, not for purpose, just for motion. You find yourself near the old storage barn. the one that used to hold barley and dried fish and sacks of flour. It's mostly empty now, but the door is propped open. Inside, someone has swept the floor. The light filtering through the slats glows just enough to catch floating dust, turning it into glitter. You see little piles of objects on a table, broken buttons, tangled rope, a rusty spoon, bits of thread, and someone, a young boy, is sorting them carefully into jars. He doesn't speak, just nods when he sees you. One jar is labeled things that almost work. Another says, just in case. You pick up a smooth stone shaped like an egg and hold it in your palm for a while. The weight is comforting. You leave it there and walk on at the edge of the village. You notice a new sign carved into a tree, not a message, just a symbol. A spiral with a dot in the middle. Below it, a single word scratched gently into the bark. Remember, you trace it with your finger. The bark is soft and cool, and the carving is shallow, like someone wasn't trying to mark the world, just talk to it. You walk home as the sky begins to dim again, though it never fully lit. At your door, a bundle of dried flowers is tucked between the stones. Someone left it for you. It smells faintly of clover and thyme. You place it by your bed, like a guard against silence. You drink the last of yesterday's mint water, cold now, but sweet. Then you sit down to add to the drawing on your wall. This time you draw a weaving loom next to the smiling sun. You give it long threads that stretch down the wall, wrapping around the stick people from before, connecting them. You add a child beneath it, curled like a kitten. A bee rests on the edge. You lie down, blanket wrapped gently around your shoulders. Your fingers are still stained with charcoal. You don't wipe them off. Outside, the wind stirs, brushing past the hanging laundry like a storyteller, forgetting how the tale ends, but whispering anyway. You breathe in. The day folds around you like woven cloth, and you sleep, not deeply, not all at once, but slowly. Like thread pulled through a loom, again and again, soft and warm and full of memory. You wake to footsteps on the roof, not hurried, not loud, just a quiet, shifting weight, moving carefully across the thatch above you, like someone walking slowly across an old memory. You lie still, listening. For a moment, you wonder if you're dreaming. Then, a soft thump, a pause, and another. You hear a faint grunt, a muffled curse, a cough. You smile. It's the thatcher's boy. You'd forgotten he even still lived in the village. He used to whistle when he worked, back when the days were longer, and people still paid in fresh bread or dried fruit for a good roof. Now he works without music, but he works just the same. You sit up and pull your blanket tighter. A few bits of straw drift down through the ceiling as he shifts. Then silence again, followed by the gentle sound of reed bundles being placed, tied, tapped into place. Each one a heartbeat of effort. When you step outside, the sky is still the same color, that endless woolen gray, but the air smells like cut grass and sun-warmed rope. You look up and see him crouched near the peak of your little roof, threading a new bundle through the wooden ribs. He glances down and grins. Didn't mean to wake you. You wave him off? I found a dry patch of reed in the marsh, he adds, tapping one into place. Still had some green left. Figured I'd patch a few holes while the wind's low. You ask what made him start working again, and he shrugs. Heard the bees are back, he says, half joking. Figured I ought to keep the rain out, if the world's going to bother healing. You offer him a fig and a flask of water. He takes both gratefully and rests a while on the edge of the roof. From up there, he says the mist looks thinner near the horizon, like maybe the clouds are just pretending to be endless, like they're getting tired of their own performance. Later, after he's gone, you find a small reed tucked near your door, split, shaped, and tied with a bit of twine, a whistle. The kind children make to trick birds into song. You turn it in your fingers. It's imperfect, a little crooked. You blow into it, It makes a sound thin and breathy, but it's music. You don't remember the last time you made music, or even tried. Your voice feels rusty, unused. But the whistle does something. It makes the air different. Like you've stirred a still pond. You keep it in your pocket. That afternoon, you walk toward the orchard, or what's left of it. Most of the trees have gone bare. Not from winter, but from fatigue. As if even the plants were too tired to keep trying. But today one tree is blooming. A pear tree, just a few blossoms, maybe 5 or 6, clinging stubbornly to a low branch. You stare at them for a long time. Their petals look like scraps of lace. You don't touch them. You just stand close enough to smell the faintest sweetness. Like perfume caught in an old scarf. Someone's already tied a ribbon to the trunk, frayed and sun-bleached. Maybe left as a prayer. Maybe just decoration. In this world, it's hard to tell the difference. You sit beneath the tree and pull out your whistle. You play one long note, then another. The sound echoes in the empty orchard, gently like breath remembered. You think you hear an answer in the trees, but maybe it's just the wind. You stay until dusk, wrapped in your shawl, the whistle in your lap, and the soft petals above swaying like tiny ghosts of spring. When you return home, you light a candle. The drawing on your wall has grown crowded. Sun, bees, stick people, flowers. Now, a little rooftop, with a boy perched on it, waving. You smile and add a tree to the side. 5 blossoms, sketched as simple stars. A ribbon at the trunk. You sit for a while, just watching the candle flicker. You eat a piece of flatbread someone traded you for mint, and it tastes like dust and time. You don't mind. You dip it in water and chew slowly. Outside, the wind picks up, brushing past the door like it knows the way. You pull your blanket up around your shoulders and lie down. You close your eyes, and the sounds remain: the soft reed whistle in your pocket, the rustle of petals in a tired tree, and the quiet thumping of footsteps on rooftops, still working, still patching. Even as the world relearns how to be alive, sleep finds you gently, like a hand smoothing thatch, like blossom scent on old wind, like a roof that finally stops leaking. Asterisk, you wake to a knock, not loud, not urgent, just 3 taps, soft, polite, like someone doesn't want to wake you unless you already were awake. You pull the blanket aside and rise slowly. The knock comes again, still gentle, still patient. When you open the door, it's Mara, the woman from the edge of the village, the one with the limp and the quiet voice. She used to keep chickens, long before the ash began to settle. Now she keeps silence, mostly. But today, she holds out a basket. For the gathering, she says. You blink. The gathering. She smiles, just slightly. We're meeting in the square tonight. Lanterns, food, maybe stories. Just something. Her voice is soft, like the idea is still unsure of itself. You look down into the basket. It holds 2 turnips, 3 apples wrinkled, but intact, and a folded piece of linen that smells faintly of lavender. You nod, not because you planned to go, but because, suddenly, you know you will. After she leaves, you stand at your doorway for a while. The air has changed again. It's still cool, but there's movement in it, a liveliness. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks, not out of fear, but because it's chasing something, maybe a rabbit, or just the echo of its own joy. It makes you smile. You go to your stores. There's not much, but you find an old packet of dried berries, hardened into a clump like stone. You soak them in warm water and set them by the fire. Then you begin to prepare, not rush, not fuss, just tidy. You wipe down the bench outside your home, sweep the stone step, run your fingers across the drawing on your wall, adding a few new rays to the sun, even though it still hasn't appeared. And then you wash your hands. It feels ceremonial somehow. The cold water in the basin, the rough cloth, the scent of mint still clinging faintly to your fingers. You even comb your hair with an old bone comb you nearly forgot you had. It pulls, but it feels like care. When the sky begins to dim again, not into darkness, but into a softer gray, you hear them dot voices, laughter, steps on the path outside your door, lanterns being lit, the rustle of fabric, the creak of baskets, the murmur of greetings to long delayed. You follow the sound to the square, and its glowing dot, not in a grand way. There's no firelight licking the sky, no feast laid out like old festivals, but there are lamps, candles, in jars. A line of tiny flames set along the well. It gives everything a warm shimmer, like the square is dreaming of being a hearth. People are here, not everyone, but more than you expected. There's bread, coarse and cracked, a pot of soup bubbling on a tripod, made from barley and herbs, and something smoky. A boy hands out strips of dried apple from a cloth pouch. Someone brought music, a woman playing a stringed instrument with only 3 strings, humming to fill in the missing notes. You take it all in slowly. You sit near the edge of the circle, sharing your soaked berries with 2 children who eat them like candy. They ask what berries are supposed to taste like, and you tell them better. They laugh, and it's the best sound you've heard in weeks. The weaver tells a story. It's not loud, not theatrical, just a simple tale about a bird that flew too high and caught fire, only to become a star. You know the story, everyone does, but she tells it in a way that makes the ending feel new, like maybe the bird wanted to become light all along. After her, others speak. Not performances, just memories, the old days, a lost recipe, a dream. The blacksmith shares a riddle, the baker sings half a lullaby. Even Mara stands to say a few words, though her voice trembles. And then, someone hands you a candle. Not a fancy one, just a stub of wax in a shallow clay dish. But it's lit. You hold it close, letting the warmth touch your face. All around you, others do the same. It's not planned, it just happens. One by one, the square fills with flickering halos. Little lights, breathing gently in the air, like each person is carrying their own piece of dawn. No. One says a word. The wind brushes past. You close your eyes. You imagine the stars, hidden behind the thick sky. Still there, just out of reach. Watching. You breathe in the scent of soup, smoke, and lavender. You breathe out something heavier. When the gathering ends, you walk home slowly, candle in hand. The wax drips onto your wrist, warm and soft, like the world reminding you are still here. Inside, the drawing on your wall catches the candlelight. It looks like it's glowing. You lie down, setting the candle nearby. The flame wavers. So do your thoughts, and as your eyes close, you feel the warmth of the square still clinging to your skin. The hush of shared stories, and the light, faint and flickering, that promises not all nights must stay cold. You wake slowly this time, not because of sound or light or hunger, but because of stillness. A stillness so complete, so absolute, that your body stirs simply to be sure it still belongs to this world. You blink. Once. Twice. The gray above you hasn't changed, but something beneath it has. You sit up, blanket wrapped around your shoulders like soft bark. The air inside your home is quiet, calm, no creaks, no wind. Even the candle stub beside your bed has burned down to a smooth pool of wax. And then, a smell it reaches you like a secret, faint, unexpected, curious. Not flowers, not fire, something simpler. Fresh soil, damp moss, a trace of crushed grass. It smells like earth, real earth, the kind that has slept and woken up. You step outside. There's a hush hanging over the village, but not the heavy kind that signals loss. No, this is a reverent hush, a listening hush, like the world itself is holding its breath, waiting to see who dares break the silence first. And then, plip, you blink again. Something lands on your hand, cool, round, gone in an instant. Plip. Plip. Another. And another. The sky is still gray, still hushed, but it's raining. Real rain. Not ash or soot. Not mist or fog or the weeping of poisoned clouds. This is water, falling clean from the sky. You hold out both hands and laugh. A soft, startled sound that feels like it doesn't belong to you, but it does. You're not alone. Doors open, one by one. People step out cautiously, squinting up. A child squeals and holds out a cup. Someone else raises their face to the sky like they've forgotten what rain even feels like. And for a moment, no one talks. They just feel. The rain grows steadier. Not a storm, not a downpour, just a kind, persistent patter that soaks the rooftops, pools in cracks between stones, slides down faces like tears that don't sting. The cobbler dances. Full-grown man, boots, splashing arms, swinging like he's forgotten how heavy his shoulders used to be. The blacksmith sets out her buckets, every single one. The goat tries to hide under a cart, but the girl coaxes him out with a leaf and a whisper. You turn your face skyward and let it hit you, cool. Clean drops, slipping down your cheeks, into your collar, through your hair. You open your mouth and taste it, and it tastes like nothing. Glorious, perfect nothing. Someone begins humming low, soft, tuneless, just a note. Then another joins, and another. It's not a song. It's a sound of acknowledgement, like bees humming approval. A sound that says, we see you, sky, we hear you, we remember you. The baker brings out a lump of dough he'd given up on. He sets it in a bowl and leaves it under the overhang to swell with the humidity. Maybe it'll rise now, he says, half laughing, half wishing. You crouch by the edge of a puddle forming near the well. The water's clear. You can see your reflection warped, a little grimy, but it's you, eyes blinking back. Lips curved into a smile you didn't feel arriving. And then, for no reason at all, you start to gather stones, flat ones, smooth ones. You arrange them in a spiral on the wet earth, just beside your home. A child joins you. Then another. Soon there's a pattern growing: stones, bits of pottery, broken tiles, even an old coin. You're building something. Or maybe just honoring the act of doing. Someone calls it a rain shrine. You like that. Later, the rain slows, doesn't stop, just softens. You go inside and dry off with a bit of fabric near the hearth. You change into your spare tunic, the one that still smells faintly of smoke and cloves. You light a candle, even though the rain has made the day brighter than usual. You sit, you breathe. The candle flickers calmly. The air smells cleaner now. The walls feel less close. You run your fingers along the edge of the drawing again, tracing the stick sun's wide arms, adding tiny dots to mimic rain falling from its round belly. You draw yourself beneath it. Just a line and a circle for your head. You give yourself outstretched arms, a small smile, and beside you, you draw a spiral made of stones. Tonight, you eat lentils warmed in the coals. Nothing fancy, but they taste better somehow. Rain makes everything taste like it belongs. You curl up in your blanket. The sound of droplets continues soft and slow on the roof above. You breathe in that clean scent again, earth and moss and wet air, like the sky is washing away the past, gently, without asking anything in return. And you sleep to the rhythm of the rain, like a lullaby written without words. Just for you, asterisk, you wake to the smell of steam, not smoke, not ash, not burning wood or scorched herbs, but true steam, warm, clean, slightly metallic like rocks just kissed by water. It curls through your home in thin ribbons, trailing across your arms and face like a cat brushing past. You blink, still half sleeping, and notice the windows fogged. You smile. The rain must have kept falling through the night. You shift beneath the blanket, listening. The soft tapping continues on the roof, slower now, more spaced out. like the sky is tired but content. Sated, you step outside. Wrapped in your shawl, the village glistens. Everything, every stone, every path, every tired roof, is glazed in water. Puddles shimmer like mirrors, catching slivers of gray light from above. And the air, oh, the air smells like wet wood and turned soil. Like someone wrung the morning out of the clouds and let it drip slowly into your lungs. You walk without shoes. Your feet splash through puddles, mud slipping between your toes. It's cold, but it wakes something in you. Not energy, exactly, more like awareness. You notice how the damp grass clings to your ankles, how the trees drip in rhythm, each leaf catching a drop before surrendering it to the ground. You pass a group gathered at the well. They're laughing. It's quiet, soft, but unmistakable. One person has filled a clay bowl with water and is using it to wash a scarf, bright red with a faded floral pattern. The dye runs a little, blooming into the water like petals unfolding. Another person is scrubbing a wooden spoon, humming a song you don't recognize. It's not ceremony. It's not celebration. Just care. Small acts of care. Someone offers you warm tea, made from roots and dried mint, steeped over coals dampened by the rain. You sip. It tastes earthy and sharp, with a hint of smoke. It wraps around your tongue like a story waiting to be told. You sit by the wall near the square, and watch the children slide barefoot through the mud, shrieking with joy. Their legs are streaked with wet soil, their faces speckled with droplets, but they don't care. They chase one another around a barrel that's somehow collected, enough water to float a few leaves. The smallest child stops and looks at you. He holds out a hand, small, grimy, open, and you take it. Together, you walk through the puddles, in slow circles, like dancers unsure of the steps, but happy to keep moving. The others join in, turning the square into a gentle spiral of squelching feet and stifled laughter. Someone claps, offbeat. Someone else tries to whistle. You don't lead. You don't follow. You just drift through it. Later, as the rain pauses, completely, not ends, just takes a breath, you walk toward the ridge beyond the orchard. You haven't been there in a long time. It used to be where lovers met, or where elders told stories as the sun dipped low. But for months now, no one's had the heart to climb that far. The path is soft, waterlogged, lined with moss that squishes underfoot like bread dough. Ferns have unfurled again, timid but real. You see mushrooms pushing up in clusters, their caps pale like moons rising from the forest floor. You reach the top just as the clouds part. It's not sunlight, not yet, but there's something like a glow. The sky above is thinner, less heavy, and in that thinning, a soft color seeps through. Not blue, exactly, but the idea of blue, the memory of it, as if the sky is remembering itself one layer at a time. From here you can see the whole village. The rooftops shimmer with wet, the paths are carved with puddles, lanterns still hang from doorposts, some swaying gently in the breeze. A curl of smoke drifts from the blacksmith's chimney, faint, but real. You sit down in the wet grass, not caring that it soaks your tunic. The earth cradles you, cool and heavy. You press your hands into it, feel the squelch, and smile. You take the reed whistle from your pocket. You blow a single note. It warbles, soft and unsure, but the sound carries, and somewhere below, someone answers. A child, a flute, just an echo. It doesn't matter. You lie back in the grass and stare up at the pale swirl of sky above. The breeze moves across your skin like breath. The clouds shift just enough to suggest motion, maybe even progress. You close your eyes. Your fingers still curl slightly in the earth. Your clothes cling damply to your skin, but it feels comforting, real, like you belong here, like the ground is finally soft enough to remember how to hold people again. And sleep slips in quietly, through your hair, into your shoulders, beneath your ribs. You drift gently, wrapped in rain-washed air. As the whistle's note echoes once more, then fades into the soil. You wake to the sound of sweeping. Not a storm, not a voice, just a broom, made from bundled twigs and tied with fraying cord, dragging softly over stone. She paws. You don't open your eyes right away. The sound is steady, kind, like someone cleaning not out of duty, but hope. You breathe in slowly, deeply, and the air smells like damp stone and wood smoke, with the faintest edge of rosemary. When you finally sit up, the sky is light, not clear, not golden, but lighter. A shade closer to pearl than iron. A softness you feel more than see. Your blanket falls from your shoulders, cool where the night's moisture still clings. You wrap it around yourself like moss on bark and step outside. The sweeping continues in the square. It's Taman, the old man with the bent spine and the beard that birds could nest in. His broom moves methodically, pushing wet leaves into neat little piles. He stops to rest every few steps, placing one hand on his knee and blinking at the sky like he's forgotten what it usually looks like. You walk over and begin helping without a word. You find a branch and start sweeping next to him. The leaves are soft and spongy from the rain. They smell like rot and memory. But underneath them, beneath all the muck and weight, you can see the stones of the square again, cracked, weather-worn, but still there. Can't let the earth forget us, Taman mutters, mostly to himself. If we stay covered too long, the village might think we're gone. You nod. He's not wrong. You sweep until your arms ache. Then you stop, lean against the edge of the well, and look around. The world feels refreshed. Everything is still wet. The air is thick. But the heaviness is different. It's not pressing down anymore. It's settling, returning, reclaiming. You see someone leading a cart down the lane, a rough wooden thing with mismatched wheels and a squeal like a singing pig. Inside it are empty jars, scraps of cloth, bundles of straw, trade goods, or offerings. Or maybe just someone cleaning out what no longer serves them. The day moves gently. Children carry stones from the stream to add to the spiral you made during the rain. A few place feathers or beads or bits of string between the cracks. One child solemnly adds a dead beetle. For luck, he says. You don't argue. Someone starts baking flatbread near the hearth pit. The scent wafts through the square. Flour, salt, smoke. You get a piece. It's warm, blistered, and thinner than it should be, but it crunches in your mouth in the most satisfying way. A woman plays a flute, just a few notes at a time, pausing between them like she's listening for permission. The notes echo off the damp stone, soft and warbling. You find yourself near the boundary stones again, the ones that mark the edge of the village, half buried now, mossy and slouched like tired shoulders. You touch one gently with your fingertips, feeling the grooves carved by weather and time. And then, you notice something. The moss is green, not gray, not brown, but green, soft and shy, like it wasn't sure it was allowed to come back until now. You crouch and run your hands over it. It feels like wet velvet, like breathing through your skin. You smile. You add a stone beside it, a smooth one from the stream, and mark it with a scratch. No symbol, just a mark, to say, this happened. I was here. I saw the green. Back home, you gather your things. You rearrange your blanket, fold your extra tunic, scrape the last of the mint leaves into a pouch. It's not for a journey, just for tidiness, for readiness, for feeling like tomorrow isn't such a ridiculous idea anymore. You add to your drawing again. You sketch a broom, then a green patch, then a line of stones with a beetle sitting on top, like a king on his throne. The stick sun still smiles above them all. You light a small candle. Its flame dances gently, yellow-orange against the cool light outside. You sit beside it, letting its warmth flicker across your face, casting long shadows on the wall. The sounds outside soften. Children retreat indoors. The cart returns, wheels less squeaky this time. The flute quiets, giving way to a silence that feels full, not empty. You lie down. The air smells like moss and smoke and warm bread. Your fingers still remember the shape of the broom handle. Your legs hum with tiredness, the good kind earned by doing something small and right. You listen to your breath, and as the candle burns lower, shadows begin to curl around the corners of your room like contented cats. You sleep with the feeling of moss beneath your palms, bread still warm in your mouth, and the slow, rhythmic sound of sweeping still, echoing in the bones of the village. You wake to a glow, not sunlight, not fire, but a kind of hush light, low and golden, the kind that seems to rise not from the sky but from the ground itself, as though the earth is finally exhaling after holding its breath too long. Your eyes open slowly. Your limbs feel heavy in the best way, like you've sunk just deep enough into sleep to forget the shape of the world. But now, the shape is back. Soft edges, gentle outlines. You feel it before you see it. Outside, the air smells warmer, still, damp, yes, but there's something different, something faintly sweet. You pull on your shawl and step out the door, barefoot, as if your feet already know where to go, and then you see it. The fog has lifted, not all the way, not a miracle, not some grand sweeping away of everything gray, but just enough, just enough. The sky above is pale, almost ivory, and you can see texture now, swirls, shifts, not flatness, not the heavy wool blanket you've known for so long, but movement. You hear voices, not many, not loud, just a few people standing together near the edge of the square, facing the ridge. One points upward, another gasps. The baker drops a piece of dough on the ground without noticing. You look where they're looking, and there it is, just barely. Just for a moment, the faintest curve of golden light, breaking through a split in the clouds. Not even the whole sun, just a shard, a flicker, like someone peeled back the curtain and then quickly changed their mind. But it's there, and it's real. You don't realize your hand has pressed itself to your chest until someone beside you speaks. Do you feel it? They whisper. You nod. You feel it in your ribs, in your throat, in your knees. Not heat, not yet, but promise. The square begins to stir. Someone brings out a stool. Someone else fetches a piece of chalk and begins sketching on the stones. It's crude, just a circle, with lines, but it doesn't matter. A child adds a face to the circle. 2 dots, a crooked smile, and just like that, the sun has been drawn into the square. You walk to the stream. The path is lined with puddles from the days before, but now they reflect light, real light. They shimmer. Trees glisten, their wet leaves catching every faint, golden thread. Moss along the stones seems greener today, as if sunlight has memory and it's reaching back into things that almost gave up. At the stream, the water runs faster. You kneel by the edge and dip your fingers into it. It's cold, but not biting. You splash your face. You laugh soft, surprised, and let the droplets fall down your neck. It feels like waking up all over again. A bird calls from somewhere in the trees. One note, then silence, then another. Note higher, a calandre response. You turn your head toward the sound, but can't see it. It doesn't matter. It's enough to hear it. The sky must be thinning, if birds are daring to sing again. On your way back to the village, you pass the old orchard again. You stop. A single pear, small, bruised, and golden green, has fallen into the wet grass. You crouch and pick it up carefully. It's imperfect, misshapen, but it smells sweet. Not perfume sweet, but quiet sweet. Humble, alive. You carry it in both hands like a treasure. In the square, more people have gathered. Someone has laid out scraps of cloth for sitting. Others have lit little oil lamps and placed them around the stone spiral you built earlier. You place the pear gently at the center. Nobody says anything, but one by one, others add to it. A handful of lentils, a sprig of dried rosemary, A bit of charred bread crust. Someone places a cracked spoon, polished until it gleams like silver. It becomes a strange kind of altar, not to gods, maybe, but to return, to persistence. As dusk approaches, if you can even call it that anymore, the air feels soft on your face. The clouds ripple above, lighter than you've ever seen them, and then, for just a breath, a golden shaft breaks through and spills across the square, like a spilled cup of warmth. You all stand in it, no one moves, no one speaks, it only lasts seconds. But they are the kind of seconds that stitch themselves into your bones and live there, glowing faintly forever. When the light fades again, it feels okay. Because now you know, it's coming back. Maybe slowly, maybe only in pieces, but it's real, and it's coming. You return home with quiet feet. Inside, the candle waits on its little dish. You don't light it tonight. The sky has done that for you. You add one last thing to your wall drawing, a curve of golden light, breaking through clouds drawn in lazy spirals. You make the sun bigger, brighter. You give it arms now, hugging the little stick people beneath it. You lie down, the scent of pear still lingers on your fingers, and as your eyes drift closed, the golden flicker dances behind your lids, like a whisper that says, "See, you didn't imagine it." Sleep gathers. Gently now, soft as sunlight through fog, wrapping around you like dawn that simply forgot how to arrive on time. You wake before your eyes open. It's your body that notices first. A warmth across your cheek, a looseness in your breath, a softness in the air that wasn't there before. It stirs something in your bones, a gentle twitch, like a plant turning toward the light without realizing it. Then your eyes flutter, and yes, it's there, sunlight, not just a flicker this time, not a glimpse, but a slow, steady beam pushing through the cracks of your door and painting the stone floor in golden streaks. Dust dances in it, soft as flour, swirling in lazy spirals. You stare at it for a long time. You don't move, you just feel it, letting the light seep into your skin, your lashes, the tips of your fingers, like you've forgotten how to absorb warmth, and the sun has to remind you gently. You shift your hand out into the beam. It glows, your skin glows, and for the first time in what feels like forever, the light touches you without apology. You rise slowly, not with urgency, not with alarm, just curiosity, reverence. Your blanket falls away, and for once, the air in your home isn't cold. It's cool, yes, but not biting, not hungry, just awake. You step outside. The sky is not blue, not yet, but it is open. Clouds drift above, slow and white-edged, moving like they have nowhere particular to be. The village glows under it, not brilliantly, not with the force of summer, but like an ember catching, a light returning from a long walk. You walk down the path where your feet know every stone, every rut. A neighbor waves, another offers you a piece of bread wrapped in cloth. You take it. It's warm, crusted. You tear a piece with your teeth and taste salt, flour, heat, the sacred trinity of survival. You pass the stone spiral. Someone has rearranged it overnight. Now it stretches farther, winding between the puddles and dried herbs scattered nearby. In the center, the little pear is gone. In its place, a bowl filled with water, catching the sunlight. It shimmers as you pass. You nod to it. It feels like a blessing. You make your way toward the fields. They've been quiet for so long, empty, skeletal. But today there are signs of life. Someone has begun planting again. It's early, absurdly early, but there they are, bent low to the earth, hands dirty, pushing seeds into damp soil. It's not a formal planting. There's no ceremony, no lines, just hope, shaped into rows, with fingers and prayer. You kneel and help. The soil is cold at first, wet and clumpy, but it yields to your touch. Your fingers sink in, pressing one small seed after another. You don't even ask what they are. Lentils, maybe, or rye, it doesn't matter. They are willing. Beside you, someone sings under their breath. A half-song, wordless, more hum than melody, but it wraps around the planting like thread, tying the motion together. You find yourself humming too. Later, when the rows are full, you rinse your hands in a basin left near the edge of the field. The water is warm, warmed by the sun. You pause there, hands dripping, eyes closed, letting the light settle across your face like a veil. Someone has brought baskets. Inside, dried mushrooms, handfuls of rosemary, a cracked jug of wine someone saved from the year before the skies closed. You sip from it, sour, heady, honest, and pass it along. The wine isn't for celebration, it's for memory, for marking the moment, because today is different. Not healed, not finished, but different. Back home, you find a new sprig of something, maybe mint tucked into your doorframe. You smile. You add it to your pouch, now full of old leaves and dried bits of flavor. Small tokens that have slowly rebuilt your taste for the world. You sit by your wall and draw again. You add the sun, this time fully round. You color it with ash, rubbed with oil. It glows faintly when the light hits. Beneath it, you sketch small seeds. Some have tiny shoots. You make a little cup of wine, a flute, and you draw yourself again, hands deep in earth, face turned upward. You eat the rest of the bread with slow, grateful bites. You don't rush. There is no need. For the first time in months, time feels wide again, spacious, like you could stretch your arms in it and not touch the edges. You lie down. The warmth from outside has crept in through the walls. The stone no longer feels cold beneath your back, just firm, just real. You breathe in. The scent of soil still clings to your skin. You breathe out. Your hands are still tingling from where the seeds met. The earth's sleep takes longer to arrive tonight, not because it's far away, but because your body feels good in wakefulness, like a loaf finally rising. And when sleep does come, it comes gently, like sunlight through fingers, like seeds resting in the earth, like warmth that's finally decided to stay. Asterisk, you wake to the sound of grinding, not teeth, not stone against stone, something slower, softer, rhythmic. You lie still for a moment, letting the sound seep in. It's not alarming, it's comforting in its way, like footsteps in flour, or a pestle circling a mortar, round and round and round. Then the smell reaches you. Barley. You smile before your eyes are even open. The scent is unmistakable, warm, slightly sweet, a little nutty. You rise slowly, wrapped in your blanket, and follow the sound and smell outside. It's Rena. She sits in front of her small home with a flat stone in her lap and another clutched in her hand. She's grinding barley slowly, patiently, into coarse meal. A thin plume of steam rises from a pot nearby. She doesn't look up, but her foot taps the ground in a soft rhythm, keeping time with the circles. You offer a wave, and she nods, wordless, but with a faint smile. You sit nearby, not to talk, just to be close to the sound. The grinding continues, round and round. She pauses every so often to sweep the powder into a bowl, then starts again. The sky is quiet overhead, pale and kind, like it's learning how to glow instead of just loom. After a while, Rena hands you a handful of the meal. You don't ask what to do. You simply get up, walk to your hearth, and begin making a little dough, water, barley, a pinch of salt you almost forgot you had. You knead it slowly, your hands remembering the motion before your brain does. You wrap the dough in a bit of cloth and bring it back. Rena nods approvingly. She's already set a clay griddle on her fire, just hot enough to crackle without burning. She shows you how to flatten the dough with a stone disc, how to press just enough to stretch, not tear. Your first one's uneven. The second folds on itself. The third comes out round. You both grin as the cakes cook. They bubble slightly in the center, rising in spots like tiny lungs. The smell is deeply comforting, not nostalgic, but grounding, real. You tear a piece when it cools and offer it to Rena. She takes it, bites. Choose that, then, in the softest voice, she says, it tastes like something might happen. You both laugh. It's the truest thing anyone's said in weeks. Later, others come, drawn by the smell, or the rhythm, or maybe just the stillness you've created in this little corner of the village. Someone brings wild greens. Another, a shard of cheese that miraculously hasn't molded. You lay everything out on a shared cloth, and the meal becomes a circle, not planned, but inevitable. You eat slowly. There's no feast, no music, just chewing and sipping, and the occasional murmur of satisfaction. Someone hums again, always someone, it seems. This time, it's a tune you almost remember. Not quite, but it brushes up against memory, like fog against a familiar tree dot. After the meal, you help wash the stone with warm water and a strip of cloth. You sit with your hands still wet, letting the breeze dry your fingers. Your skin feels soft, flour smoothed, like clay that hasn't hardened yet. Someone suggests collecting wildflowers. You raise an eyebrow. It seems early for that, but you go anyway. The world has been surprising lately, and yes, just beyond the edge of the field, where the soil dips and holds sun, there they are. Tiny, stubborn things. Yellow petals like miniature flames. Pale blue blooms, low to the ground. Even a burst of white, half crushed but standing. You gather them gently. Each stem you pick feels like a question asked. Each bloom is an answer you didn't know you needed. You bring them back and set them in an old mug. It cracks slightly as you pour water into it, but holds strong. The flowers lean inside, bobbing with their faint, papery weight. They change the room, not because they're bright, but because they're alive. You add one to your drawing, a flower with uneven petals and a stem that curls a little. You sketch a grinding stone, a round cake, a mug with a bloom. You draw hands, yours Rena's, hands holding things, making things, becoming things. The sun drifts lower dot outside. The sky deepens to a color that isn't quite blue. A shadowed lavender. You sit on the threshold of your home, toes in the dust, watching the day lean into dusk. A breeze picks up, carrying the scent of flower and fire and crushed greens. You close your eyes. Your hands still carry the warmth of dough. Your lips taste faintly of barley. Your belly is full, not just with food, but with something slower. Something like contentment, soft and sprawling. When you lie down, the blanket folds around you, like dough pulled from the edge of the bowl. The silence outside is clean. The light in your room is fading gently, slow as ground meal poured from hand to hand. Sleep comes like flour, weightless, soft, scattered, and somehow, everywhere. You wake to birdsong. Distant, not uncertain, but clear, confident, like the bird has waited long enough and decided yes. Today deserves a song. You stay lying down for a while, just listening. One note, then another. A little pause, as if for dramatic effect. Then a flurry, playful, defiant, sweet. You smile into your blanket. The sound moves through you like warm tea through cold hands. You rise slowly, stretching each limb like a cat. Your bones crack softly, the small, satisfying kind. No pain, just confirmation. You are here, you are real, and the world is singing again. Outside, the light is soft, but steady. A new kind of morning, still cool, but without bite. The stones underfoot are drying. The puddles have thinned. Steam no longer curls from the ground. The village looks almost normal. Almost you hear laughter nearby, the real kind. The kind that spills out before you can swallow it. You follow the sound, past the old fig tree, to where 3 children are crouched by a hollow stump. One holds a stick, another holds a frog, a large, sleepy thing, mottled and damp, blinking with a slow and serious expression. The 3rd child is giggling uncontrollably, trying to wrap it in a leaf like a tiny shroud. Sir Frog, one of them says solemnly, has been appointed judge of the puddles. You can't help but laugh. The frog blinks again, unimpressed. You kneel beside them. The world slows. You watch their hands, quick, sure, muddy, arranging little pebbles and sticks in lines. A miniature world built entirely from play and memory. They tell you stories about their kingdom. There's a queen made of twine, a cave that smells like cinnamon, a treasure chest full of wet bark. They offer you a title, Royal Listener of the Morning. You accept it with a bow. Later, you make your way to the ridge. The path is easier now, drier. You can feel the give of soil beneath your feet, soft, but no longer sinking. You pause to pick up a pine cone. It's opened again. It sits in your palm like a gift at the top. You look out. The clouds are fewer today. The light filters in easier. The treetops shimmer faintly, tipped with brightness. And in the distance, just barely, the mountains, not in full, not clearly, but outlines. Hints. You didn't realize how much you missed outlines. You sit on a patch of grass that's dry enough to trust. You lean back on your hands. The breeze is gentle, not cold, not hot, just the right amount to move your hair, to stir your thoughts. You think of the children, of Sir Frog, of barley cakes and moss and light through the clouds, of the slow return of color. Someone joins you. You don't turn to see who. It doesn't matter. You both sit in silence, the kind of silence that isn't empty, the kind that says, we made it this far. Below, the village begins to move again. A dog trots through the path with something stolen in its mouth, maybe a sock, maybe a loaf. A woman carries a jar of water on her hip. Someone shouts a greeting, followed by laughter that floats up to meet you. Eventually, you rise. You walk slowly back, stopping to brush your hand against tall grass and the soft edge of a flowering weed. Its petals are tiny, but perfect. You whisper to it without knowing why. At home, you tidy your space, not because it's messy, but because it feels right. You fold your blanket with precision. You sweep the doorway. You pat down the corner of your mat. Everything you touch whispers back, quiet and content. You light your candle, not for light, but for rhythm. You sit beside it and draw dot today. You sketch a bird with puffed feathers, a pine cone, a wide-mouthed frog wearing a crown. The children's kingdom, the twine queen. You draw a small sun in the corner of the page, and this time, you color it gold. You feel a fullness behind your eyes, not tears, not exactly, just presence. You lie down early. There's no need to wait for dark. The day has given you enough. The candle's flame dances beside you, a flicker of gratitude, soft and unhurried. You close your eyes. You hear the wind in the grass, the children's voices fading, the last notes of birdsong folding into night. Sleep comes like a frog in a leaf boat, slow, strange, and perfectly ordinary. You drift, with your new title tucked beneath your breath, Royal Listener of the Morning, and Keeper of Quiet Things. Asterisk, you wake with the sense that something is missing, but not in a bad way, not like loss, more like when a toothache finally disappears, and you're left blinking at the space it used to take up. There's a quiet today, not emptiness, but peace. Not a silence that smothers, but one that stretches, wide, light, kind. You open your eyes slowly. The shadows on the wall are different, softer. No longer the long moody lines cast by low clouds. These are gentler, blurred at the edges, as if the sun is whispering, I'm not in a hurry. You sit up, no shiver this morning, no cold biting at your skin. The air is warmer now, still crisp, but curious. It brushes past your arms like A friend just passing by. Outside, the square is quiet. The usual sounds are missing. No sweeping, no grinding stones, no clatter of carts. Just the faint sound of wind moving through thatch and trees. You feel no need to rush. You just stand there for a moment on your threshold, breathing. Something flickers in the air. You blink. There, near the well, a strip of fabric tied between two poles, faded red, fraying at the ends, but unmistakably fluttering. You walk toward it, the ground soft under your feet. Another piece flaps nearby, blue, then green, then a bit of woven string tied with feathers, a line of them strung between rooftops and branches. They dance gently with the breeze, casting moving shadows across the stones. It's not a festival. There's no announcement, no drums, just these soft, fluttering hints, quiet celebration, subtle joy, like the village has agreed, without speaking. To decorate the day, you find yourself smiling. Someone has hung small bundles of herbs from the well post. You brush your fingers across one time, maybe, or something wilder. It smells sharp and sweet, like smoke wrapped in honey. A little farther down, a low table has been set up. Flat stones laid in a circle, with objects arranged in careful disarray. Not offerings, exactly. More like memories. A wooden comb, a cracked bowl, a child's drawing of a goat with heroic muscles. You kneel beside them and add your pine cone. It fits perfectly among the mismatched treasures. You don't say anything. You don't need to. The pinecone says enough. I noticed. I remembered. I hoped. Someone hands you a ribbon. They don't explain. Just place it in your palm, soft, frayed, the color of worn-out violets, and move on. You watch them go, the wind catching their hair. Then you stand and tie the ribbon to a nearby branch. It flutters like it's always been there. You walk without destination, letting your feet lead you, past the ovens, past the moss wall, near the blacksmiths, past the place where the children drew faces on stones and called them cousins of the moon. A smell catches you unexpected, but welcome. Garlic and onions, fried in oil. Your stomach answers before your mind catches up. You follow the scent to a small fire where a woman stirs a bubbling pot with a long, carved spoon. She sees you and nods, dipping a piece of flatbread into the mixture, tearing it in half. She hands one piece to you. The bite is warm, spiced, grounding. Your mouth waters. The garlic has browned just right. The onions are sweet. The bread soaks in the flavors like it was made for this moment. You sit beside her. Without a word, the fire crackles. She doesn't look at you, but her elbow nudges yours. You both eat in silence, sharing the space like old friends or quiet birds on the same branch. Later, the sun slips higher. Children run past with fabric tails tied to their backs, pretending to be wind spirits. One pauses in front of you and asks solemnly, "Do you think the sun is smiling today?" You look up. The sky is pale, open, full of movement. The clouds no longer drag their feet. Light touches everything, even the cracks in the stone. You nod. The child smiles and runs off, shrieking. He says yes. You chuckle softly. Back in your home, the light falls across your drawings. You add the ribbon, the bread, the garlic pot, the feathered string. You draw a sun with an unmistakable grin, just wide enough to be mischievous. You lie down early, not because you're tired, but because you want to stay in the quiet, the good kind, the kind that makes space for breath. Your room smells faintly, of herbs and warm oil. The stone beneath you holds the last of the sun's heat. Like a secret it's agreed to share. You close your eyes. Sleep comes like a ribbon unraveling on the breeze. Slow, quiet, playful, sure. You wake to warmth. Not blazing, not summer, but real warmth. The kind that comes not from fire, but from air itself. As though the world has remembered how to hold you without freezing your skin first. Your eyes blink open slowly, golden, Light pours across the stones just past your doorway. You don't move right away. You just watch it, how it creeps along the floor, illuminating each crack in the stone like it's reading a language only the sun understands. Your hand reaches out of its own accord. You hold it in the beam. It's soft, gentle. You feel the warmth spread into your fingers, and you imagine the little bones inside you humming, quietly, like a chorus tuning in the distance. You stretch slowly, luxuriously, the way animals do when no one's watching. Your spine gives a satisfying little pop, and you roll your shoulders before slipping your feet to the floor. The stone is no longer cold. You laugh, just a little, just to yourself. Outside, the village smells different. There's dust in the air now, the good kind. Dry, warm, golden dust that rises when feet stir it. You step out into it, barefoot, and feel it cling to your skin like flour. The wind lifts it gently, carries it in lazy spirals that make the morning feel alive. The square is busy, in a quiet way. No shouting, no orders, just movement. You see someone mending a fishing net with patient hands. Another person ties a new rope swing to the old fig tree. Two children try to carry a clay pot together, grunting dramatically though. It clearly doesn't need both of them. You walk to the stream. You haven't been in days, not since the planting. The water has cleared again, crisp, bright, shallow. You kneel by the edge, watching how it dances over the smooth stones, never pausing, always whispering to itself. You cup your hands and take a sip. It's cold and bright, like light turned liquid. It wakes your mouth and your chest in something deeper that doesn't have a name. You splash your face and sit back, letting the droplets dry in the sun. The grass here is dotted with tiny flowers, not planted, not cared for, just growing, on their own. Bold little things. Yellow, white, pale, violet. They nod in the breeze, heads small but proud. You lie back in the grass, arms outstretched, and let the sun paint freckles onto your skin. Above you, the clouds drift slowly, lazily, like they've been released from duty. No more covering, no more smothering, just being. You close your eyes. Someone whistles, not far off. The same tune from a few days ago, the half-remembered melody that lingers without asking. You hum along softly, not needing to know the words, just letting it move through you like the stream. When you finally sit up again, you see something curious near the edge of the path. A mirror, not a large one, just a sliver of polished metal, curved slightly, resting against a flat rock. Someone has carved little symbols into the soil around it. Circles, spirals, waves. You lean in. There's no name, no explanation. You see your reflection hazy, warped, but it's still. You sun-warmed skin, sleep-tousled hair, a smudge of dust on your nose you hadn't noticed. You look older, or maybe wiser, or maybe just real. You smile at your own crooked image, then gently press your fingers into the soil beside the others. You draw a spiral of your own. It's lopsided. The dirt crumbles, but you leave it there anyway. Back in the square, someone's sharing figs. They're overripe, sticky, torn open at the seams. You take one in your hand. It squishes slightly, and the scent, sweet, fermented, earthy, rises up and fills your nose. You eat it slowly. It coats your tongue in honeyed shadows. You lick the juice from your fingers. You remember the fig tree that grew near your childhood home, a different place, a different time, but the taste is the same. A few others gather. Someone passes around a bowl of salt. Another sprinkles herbs onto flatbread and offers slices like flower petals. You share, you chew, you listen. There's no talk of survival today, no weighing of supplies, no wondering what's next. Just food, just presence. Later, as the sun leans toward its slow descent, you walk the outer paths. You pass the moss wall. The sun hits it just right, and for a moment it glows emerald, soft and bright and ancient. You run your hand along it like an old friend's shoulder. Back in your home, the light is golden on the walls. You add to your drawing the fig, the mirror, a handprint in the soil, the curve of your reflection. You draw the stream again, this time brighter. You don't color the sky gray anymore. You lie down, limbs loose, belly full. The stone under your back is warm. The air smells like sunlit grass and fruit. Outside, the wind still plays with the dust, curling it in soft spirals. You breathe in and out, and sleep comes like a fig ripening on the branch, heavy, slow, full of sweetness you didn't know you were carrying. You wake to the sound of a drum, not a real one, not leather stretched over wood or anything ceremonial. This is softer, thump, thump, pause, a pattern like a heartbeat through walls. You sit up slowly and realize it's someone pounding dough, farther down the square, maybe near the oven pit. You can almost feel the rhythm through the stone beneath your sleeping mat. The sun hasn't quite cleared the rooftops, but the air glows with that early golden haze, the kind that makes shadows look tender. Your breath is slow, your body heavy, but not tired. You stretch and rise, brushing your palms together like dusting off sleep. The scent in the air is yeasty and warm, and something else. Lavender, maybe crushed seeds. The kind of smell that makes your stomach speak before you do. You follow the sound. A few people are gathered near the communal hearth, where two wide flat stones have been set into the ground like a makeshift table. Dough rests in large bowls, rising lazily under damp cloth. Someone needs another batch, thick, smooth, rhythmic. Her palms press down, fingers curl in, push and fold again. Thump, thump. You sit beside her without speaking, just listening to the soft groan of the dough, the sticky kiss of it against stone, the occasional sigh from her shoulders. She passes. You a piece, without words, just a glance. You take it, flouring your palms from the basin beside you, and begin to knead. It's instinctual. You find the rhythm quickly. Press, fold, turn. Press, fold, turn. Like turning pages in a story you already know. Around you, others join. Someone brings honey. Another offers sprigs of rosemary. Someone else crushes fennel seeds between stones, releasing a scent so sharp and sweet it feels like memory. You mix a bit of everything into your dough, not all at once, but carefully, a pinch here, a swirl of oil there. You feel like an alchemist, or a poet, or just someone who finally has time to care about flavor. When the dough rests, you all rest, sitting on the warm stone, letting the sunlight touch your faces. A breeze dances by, ruffling the cloths draped over rising loaves. Someone starts humming, and the sound wraps around you like steam. You look at the faces nearby, lines softened, hands dusty. Laughter quiet but real. No one's rushing. No one's measuring, just making, sharing, waiting. You think, this is what survival becomes when it's no longer desperate. It turns into care, into flavor, into something slow and sacred. Eventually, the baking begins. The flatbreads go first, sizzling on clay griddles. The smell is absurd, nutty herbed, sweet from the honey, sharp from the fennel. You break one open. Steam escapes. It's blistered and golden, soft inside, crispy at the edge. You bite, and time stops for a moment. You chew slowly, eyes closed, and make a noise you didn't know you were capable of, somewhere between a sigh and a prayer. You take another. You try one with salt on top, then one wrapped around a piece of soft crumbled cheese someone had stashed away in cloth. You don't even realize how many you've had until your hands are sticky and your belly is warm and humming. The drumbeat fades, the dough is gone, but the square feels full of scent, of warmth, of presence. You help clean, not because you have to, just because it feels good. You wash your hands in a clay bowl filled with scented water. Someone's dropped mint in it, or maybe lemon balm. You scrub gently, watching the flour melt off your fingers, leaving them soft and new. You walk afterward, slow and a little sleepy. Around the edge of the village, you see someone spinning thread. Another hangs cloth on a line, the colors catching the light like flags. A dog chases its own tail and then collapses in exaggerated defeat. You laugh, and the dog winks at you. Or maybe you imagine that part. You stop by the moss wall again. There's a new carving there, a spiral, fresh, still flaking bits of stone dust. You run your fingers over it. It's smaller than yours. A child's, maybe. Or someone else leaving their story where weather can read it. You add a dot beside it, a tiny one, not a correction, not a signature, just acknowledgement. You were. Here you saw. Back home, your candle sits waiting. You light it slowly, not because it's dark, but because it feels like part of the ritual now. Flame, flicker, breath. You watch it dance while the scent of bread still lingers in your hair, your skin, your chest. You add to your drawing. You sketch the roundness of dough, a handprint in flour, a loaf cracked open with steam still curling from its heart. You draw the breeze, two spiraling around it all. You lie down. The mat feels softer tonight, or maybe it's just you. Your body stretches long and still, and every muscle hums with the memory of kneading, eating, smiling. The candle burns low. Outside, the last warmth of day clings to the stones, and sleep comes slow and thick, like honey in warm bread, filling every quiet part of you with sweetness you didn't know you'd been missing. You don't wake all at once this morning. It's more like floating, drifting upward through layers of softness, like silk slipping past skin. Your eyes flutter open just enough to see the faint pattern of sunlight on your wall. Pale yellow lines, soft as the inside of a seashell. The air smells like warmth, like dust, and old stone, and something baking in the distance again, sweeter this time. Maybe fruit, maybe dreams. You let your hand slide out from beneath the blanket. It lands on the floor with a soft thump, fingers curling gently around the coolness of the stone. Not cold, not anymore. Just cool, like something recently kissed by shadow. You stay that way for a while, eyes barely open, hand on the floor, breath slow and steady. A bird chirps from the roof, just one note, loud, purposeful, then silence. You smile. The day doesn't feel rushed. There's no scraping of carts, no clattering of buckets. Just a quiet, stretched out morning. The kind that waits patiently for you to notice it. When you finally sit up, the blanket slides down your shoulders like water. You swing your legs over the side of the mat, flex your toes, and stretch your arms wide. You yawn, long, slow, jaw-cracking, and it feels good. You run your hands through your hair, smoothing the sleep, and make your way outside. The light has deepened richer now, gold tinged with green, the kind of morning sun that kisses the tops of herbs and turns spiderwebs into silver threads. A breeze passes, carrying the scent of stone fruit. You turn your head instinctively, nose tilted, toward the smell. Apricot, maybe, or plum. Whatever it is, it's ripe. Someone must have jarred it, or baked it, or simply sliced it open and left it to bless the air. You follow the scent, not with your feet at first, but just in your mind. You imagine it. Warm fruit, dripping juice, soft on the tongue. It makes your mouth water before you've even moved. Eventually, your body joins the day. You walk slowly, barefoot, because the ground feels safe again. You greet a cat curled on a warm rug. It blinks at you with lazy approval. You stop to touch the tall grass, feeling how the blades slide between your fingers like ribbons. Then you see the source of the smell, a low wooden table, just near the baker's hut. On it, rows of little tarts, uneven, golden, bubbling with fruit. The crust is cracked in places, but the filling glows. Deep amber, orange red, some kind of jam spilling over the edge. A woman stands nearby, brushing her hands, clean on her apron. Her face is lined, sun-kissed, with eyes that sparkle like someone who knows exactly how good her food is. She doesn't offer one, she just looks at you and nods. You reach for a tart. It's warm in your palm, sticky, flaky. You take a bite, and for a moment, the world stops moving. The crust crumbles just right. The filling hits your tongue in a burst of sweetness and spice and heat. You make a soft noise without meaning to, a sigh, or a whisper of joy. The woman chuckles. You eat it slowly, eyes half closed, licking the syrup from your thumb as you wander back toward the shade. You sit near the old bench beneath the fig tree. The sun dapples the ground in flickering patches. You lean back against the trunk and watch the light change shape. Someone sits near you. They have a basket in their lap. Not figs this time, but small twigs and pieces of bark. Carefully, they begin arranging them on the ground, not randomly. They're building something. A tiny house, maybe, or a shrine, or a creature with twig arms and bark plate armor. You watch, saying nothing, but your presence seems to encourage them. They hum softly, tunelessly, but with purpose. You find a twig nearby and hand it over. They smile and add it to the structure together. Without speaking, you build something with no name and no plan, just pattern, balance, curiosity. A little village of bits and bark. A place only you and this person know. When the sun shifts and the light moves on, they rise, dust their hands, and leave without a word. You stay a while longer. You look at what you've built. Strange little towers. Crooked walls, a shell balanced like a roof. It feels like a secret, or a prayer, or a thank you to the morning. Eventually, you leave it as it is and walk back slowly. You stop at your doorway and look out across the village. It hums today, not loudly, but deeply, like a note held in harmony by a dozen unseen voices. You feel it in your bones. Inside your room is soft with shadow. You add to your drawing, a tart with steam still curling. A tower of twigs, the shape of a breeze, moving through grass. A bird, just one, sitting smugly on a roof beam. You lie back. The sun catches the edge of your blanket. Your fingers are still sticky with fruit. Your belly is warm. The breeze lifts the edge of the curtain just enough to whisper, and sleep comes like jam on warm crust, slow, sweet, and made with something forgotten, that now tastes like home. You hear laughter before you open your eyes. It's distant, like it's bouncing down a hallway made of sunbeams and air. Light laughter, breathless, not the kind born from jokes, the kind born from movement. You open your eyes to find your blanket has slipped halfway down your shoulder. Your room is warm already, light pooling in the corners, like honey in a bowl. You stretch, slowly, carefully. You feel the pull of your muscles, the creak of your joints, the way your body says, yes, I'm still here, and I'm still soft. You rise. You don't bother with sandals. You trust the stone now, warm, dry, smooth, beneath your feet, like memory pressed into earth. You step outside, and the light catches you full in the face. It makes you squint. The air smells of citrus today, bright and sour, like someone's been zesting oranges into the sky. You inhale deeply. The scent pricks your nose and wakes something behind your eyes. The laughter again. You follow it, past the well, past the old fig tree, past the breadstones, and the empty tart plate someone's left for ants to investigate. You find the source in the field, just beyond the old olive wall. Children running, darting, leaping, and in the middle of it all, a rope it swings in a wide, perfect arc to older children holding each end, turning it with the slow, practiced rhythm of people who have done this before. The jumper, a small, fast-footed blur of brown and red, dances inside. The ropes arc like it's her own personal stage. You stop to watch. The rope clicks softly on the dry earth. The jumper's feet tap in triple time. Her braids bounce. The wind picks up the ends of the rope, lifting it higher, almost weightless. You remember this? Not this exact scene, but the feeling of it. Joy that has no goal, just motion, just rhythm, just a breath between jumps, and the way time pauses mid-air. The girl trips, falls to one knee, a quick puff of dust, silence, then laughter again, louder now. She grins, and rolls to her back, staring at the sky like it owes her a round too. Someone helps her up. The rope spins again. You smile. Someone notices you standing there and beckons. You shake your head gently, but they insist, not in a loud way, just with a look that says, "You're part of this too." You walk over slowly, and the older children shift the rope to slow turning mode. You step in, your timing's off. Your foot catches, and you stumble a little, nearly laugh. The rope slaps your ankle like a disapproving ant. You try again, and again. Third time, you make it in. The rope swings. Your feet move. The children shout counts. 1, 2, 3. Your knees, remember, your rhythm returns. It's clumsy at first, a little too bouncy, a little too careful, but then it clicks. You jump, and for a moment, it feels like flying. When you finally step out, breathless and grinning, someone hands you a clay cup. You sip. It's cool. Water with something sharp, lemon, vinegar, mint, whatever it is. It shoots straight through your chest like sunlight. You sit under the olive tree for a while after that. The ground is warm. The tree's shadow dances gently across your arms. The rope keeps swinging in the background, the sound of childhood, echoing down the field. Someone's weaving something nearby. Long reeds, wet, pliable. They move with a whispery squeak as the weaver bends and tucks them into place. A basket maybe, or a cradle, or a trap for fish who've grown too clever for open nets. You pick up a stray reed and start fiddling, nothing ambitious. Just bending, braiding, seeing how the fibers feel between your fingers. You twist it into a loose circle, too small for anything useful, but it looks like a crown. You set it on your head, no one laughs. Someone sees you and places a daisy into it, then another, then someone else finds a feather, tucks it behind your ear. You sit there, crowned and feathered and sun-warmed, trying not to giggle at the absurdity of it. You remember the pine cone, the mirror, the flower, the fig, the tart, the rope, all of it stitched together like reeds in a basket, messy, uneven, but holding. You make your way back home when the sun begins its quiet lean westward. The light grows heavier on your shoulders, not hot, but close, like a warm hand resting there. The breeze dies down, replaced by the hum of crickets preparing for their night concert. Inside, your room is still. You light your candle, you open your drawing, you add the rope, the circle of children, the little crown. You draw your own feet, mid-jump, cartoonishly clumsy, just the way it felt. You lie down and let your arms fall where they may. You feel the day in your body, in your calves, your chest, your cheeks, still sore from smiling, and sleep comes like a turning rope, steady, simple, looping back into itself, again and again and again. The smell is what pulls you up from sleep today, not bread, not herbs, something older, sharper, the scent of metal and fire, of wet stone kissed by heat, the kind of smell that makes you picture smoke curling into sky and sparks dancing like insects. You blink your eyes open slowly. Your mat is warm beneath you, and the air is thick with stillness, not heavy, but full, like the village is holding its breath for something. You rise barefoot again, your body slower than usual, not sore, just thoughtful. You feel each step today. The pull of muscle, the bend of knee, the slight crack of toe against smooth stone. You reach the doorway and see it. The forge is burning. Not the blacksmith's forge. That one always burns in a controlled, quiet way. This one is makeshift, new. Someone's built it just outside the main path, where the old trees lean like tired dancers. Its shape is crude, but the fire inside is alive, glowing red, hissing when fed. A young man stands beside it, shirtless, skin streaked with ash and sweat. He holds tongs in one hand, something glowing in the other. Not a weapon, not a tool, a pendant maybe, or a coil, or a piece of art that doesn't know what it is yet. You move closer slowly. He dips the metal in. Water. The hiss is loud, a burst of sound in the quiet morning. Steam curls up into the trees like incense. He nods at you, but says nothing. His hands are too busy for language. You sit on a low stone nearby and watch. The rhythm of it is mesmerizing. Heat, hammer, hiss, over and over again, like a heartbeat, like a language you've forgotten how to speak but still remember in your bones. Another person joins him. A girl, maybe his sister, maybe just someone with strong arms and calm eyes. She places a bowl near the fire, filled with scraps of old jewelry and bits of copper wire, a few rusted nails. They're making something from what's been discarded. You lean back, feeling the heat on your face. It's different from the sun. This heat is alive, focused. There's something ancient about it, something almost divine. You think of volcanoes, of thunder, of the stories elders once told about gods trapped in anvils and spirits living in flames. A tiny piece of truth, you think, might still live there. He lifts a rod of iron with something curled at the tip. He hands it to her, and she turns it slowly. In the light, it catches the sun, a red glow shifting to silver blue, then dulling as it cools. She holds it like it's delicate, like it's sacred. They don't talk, not even a whisper. Just gestures and glances and the steady, pulsing rhythm of shared work. You sit for a long time. The scent of fire clings to your hair. You feel soot on your skin, even though you never touched the forge. Your lips taste like smoke. Your heartbeat feels slower, but heavier, like iron cooling in water. Eventually, they stop. He sets down the tools. She wipes her hands on her tunic, leaving long black streaks. They nod again, not to each other, but to the fire, like saying thank you. Then they leave, quietly, like smoke rising out of frame. You stand and approach the forge. No one stops you. The embers still glow faintly. You crouch near the basin of water and see yourself reflected. Not clearly, just the shape of your face in ripples. You're not sure if it's the heat or your own breath fogging the surface. You dip your fingers into the bowl. It's warm, but not hot. The metal scent wraps around your skin like a cloak. You don't flinch. You just stay there, kneeling, hand in the cooling forge water, like it's a small ceremony you were meant to perform. When you finally return home, your hands are dark with soot. You don't wash them right away. You light your candle and open your drawings. You add a small flame, but not in a hearth. This one flickers alone, outside, tall and coiled. You draw a pair of hands holding a glowing rod. You draw smoke, dancing into branches, like it's whispering to the trees. You pause, looking at your hands. They smell like metal, like ash and effort. You press one, softly, onto the parchment. It leaves the faintest smudge, a blurred memory of today's rhythm. You finally wash them in a bowl of rosemary water, watching the soot swirl like ghosts before disappearing into the scent. You lie back slowly. The fire lingers in your chest. You feel it, not burning, not searing, just warm, steady, waiting, and sleep comes like glowing iron in the forge, quiet, slow, becoming something new, in the breath between hammer and hiss. Asterisk, you don't wake to sound this time, or scent, or warmth. You wake to stillness, not the kind that feels empty, not eerie or wrong. This stillness is thick like fog, like velvet, like a blanket tucked all the way up to your chin by hands you trust. You stay there for a while, eyes closed, not asleep, not quite awake either, just breathing. There's a hush outside, a silence full of texture. You can feel it brushing against the walls, settling into corners, curling between the roof beams. It feels ceremonial, like the village has agreed, without speaking, to step softly today. Eventually, you open your eyes. The light is soft and gray, filtered through mist. Everything glows a little. The edge of your mat, the folds of your blanket, the faint outline of your drawing, still resting beside your candle stub. You sit up, slowly, and press your feet to the floor. The stone is cooler today. You stretch, in place, arms above your head, spine curling, one shoulder, then the other, and it feels like unfolding, like returning to your shape after dreaming in someone else's. Outside, the mist hangs thick in the air. You walk into it without hesitation. The world is pale, not colorless, just muted. The bright yellows, reds, greens of the last few days now softened, as if someone has laid a thin sheet of rice paper across the entire village. Your breath comes out in a tiny cloud. You follow the path toward the eastern ridge. You're not sure why. You don't remember deciding to, but your feet lead you, gentle and certain, like they've had this plan longer than you have. The trees stand still, no birds, no breeze, just the whisper of your steps through dew-damp grass. You reach the ridge just as the sun pushes through the cloud bank, not fiercely, but gently. A slow, glowing curve of light behind soft gray veil. You can't see it clearly, but you feel it, like warmth cupped in both hands. And then, from somewhere behind you, a bell, faint, clear, softly struck. You turn. A few people are gathered near the center of the village, moving slowly, reverently. They carry bundles of dried herbs, folded cloth, a small clay jar that seems too delicate for travel. No one speaks. You walk back, still in that quiet trance. As you draw closer, you see what they're building. It's not an altar, not exactly. Just a platform, low and round, covered with moss and straw and soft folded linen. On top sits something small, a bundle of bones, maybe, or old tools wrapped in cloth. Beside it, a simple carving, a spiral within a circle. You feel your heart slow. This is a farewell, but not a mourning, a marking, a memory, a gesture made not to weep, but to witness. Someone lights a stick of resin and presses it into the soil. The smoke curls straight upward into the mist. Others follow, placing things on the platform, a lock of hair, a carved spoon, a ring made from bent wire. You find yourself reaching into your pocket. You don't remember placing anything there, but your fingers brush something smooth. You pull it out, a shard of stone, flat and dark, with one pale streak running through it like a frozen river. You place it gently on the pile. It doesn't look like much, but it feels right, as the last of the offerings are laid. Someone begins to hum a low, slow sound, full of round vowels and long silences. You don't know the tune, but you feel it settle in your chest, like something ancient and familiar. You hum with them. Everyone does, and together, in mist and stillness, you stand in that sound. Not for long, just long enough. Then the humming fades, and the people begin to drift away, not speaking, just touching shoulders, brushing hands, exchanging small, silent smiles. You walk home in silence, but it's not a heavy silence. It's full, like a bowl filled to the brim with clean water. Nothing more to add, nothing missing. Back at your space, the mist has curled in through the doorway. You sit beside your drawing and add a new image, a simple platform, a spiral, a shard of stone, smoke rising in curls. You draw the mist too, not with detail, but with soft lines, like a breath whispered onto the page. You set the drawing down and lie back. The mist shifts in the doorway. Your blanket feels heavier today, not weighty, but grounded, holding you still. The candlelight flickers even without a breeze, like it knows something you don't. You close your eyes, and sleep comes like soft gray fog across a quiet village, slow, sacred, and full of things no words could ever carry. There's a sound you haven't heard in a while. Not a bird call, not a footstep. It's the subtle clink of pottery, clay on clay. A low, hollow sound, almost like bones knocking gently together inside the earth. You stir under your blanket. Your fingers curl instinctively toward the sound, before your eyes have even opened. It draws you, not urgently, just curiously, like a riddle that's being told without words. You rise slowly. Today your body feels softer than usual, like dough before it's fully risen. Every movement folds rather than stretches. You run, your hand through your hair, still tangled from sleep, and yawn like the sky widening. Outside, the mist is gone. The world is bright again, not sharp, not loud, just clean, washed. Everything sparkles with dew, as if someone walked through the village overnight with a silver brush. You follow the sound of pottery down a path you've never really noticed, thin, woven between two houses, like a thought you almost forgot. At the end of it, nestled into a little alcove beneath a sloped roof, you see it, the potter's corner. A woman sits cross-legged on a reed mat, a simple kick-wheel turning beneath her bare feet. Her hands are coated in pale red clay, shaping a vessel with calm precision. Next to her, dozens of pots rest on sun-warmed planks, wide, narrow, round, cracked, perfect, lopsided. Some of them are beautiful. Some are charmingly confused. You sit nearby without saying anything. The rhythm of her feet tapping the wheel is hypnotic. She doesn't look up. She just hums, faintly, some tune with no edges, soft as breath against clay. You watch her work. Her thumbs press into the spinning mound, carving out a hollow. The clay listens. It curves obediently, blooming upward like a shell, a bowl, a soft place to hold something unseen. You reach for a lump of clay from the pile beside her. She glances at you for the first time, just a flicker of amusement in her eyes, and nods. You mimic her motions. You try to center it, the way she does, but your lump wobbles, tilts. You steady it. It tilts again. It has its own ideas. You keep trying anyway. Eventually, it begins to take a shape, not symmetrical, not perfect, but yours. A little uneven bowl, a thumbprint on one side, a dent in the lip where you leaned too hard. You smooth it once, gently, and let it be. The potter sets her latest piece down to dry, and moves on to another. You look around and see how many hands must have shaped this space. Tiny pots from children, tall jars with painted bands, one vessel with a crooked spout, and two carved eyes on the front, like it's watching the world drink from it. A quiet gallery of effort, of patience. You feel your heartbeat slow. Someone brings a jug of water and pours you a cup. The clay cup is thick and cool in your hand, and the water tastes faintly of herbs, sage, maybe, or thyme. It grounds you, roots you. The sun rises higher, catching the edges of the drying pots. They glow like amber, like dried fruit, like old teeth that have learned to smile. You don't say much, but when you leave, you carry your little bowl with you, still wet, still unfinished. You cradle it like something fragile, but fearless. On your walk home, you notice new things. A bird's nest tucked beneath a windowsill. A stone carved into the shape of a tiny goat, too deliberate to be natural. A rope of garlic drying in a window, dancing in the breeze like wind chimes with breath. Back in your space. You set the bowl near your drawing. You study it. It's ugly and perfect. You run your thumb across the dented lip, smile, and pick up your charcoal. You draw it, but not as it is. You draw it, glowing, as if it's been fired already, kissed by flame, holding something steaming and delicious. You draw the potter too, her hands mid-shape, eyes half-lidded in concentration, and just above them, you add the spiral again, your symbol for rhythm, for return, for beginnings that circle back in softer forms. You stretch out on your mat. The bowl sits nearby, drying in silence. You swear it's humming. Or maybe that's just your own chest, echoing the memory of the wheel turning, the soft slap of clay, the thumbprint on the rim. You close your eyes, and sleep comes like wet earth molded by warm hands, spinning, steady, shaping you gently into something new, something soft and strong, and yours. Asterisk, you spend the morning listening to a stone, not because it speaks, at least not in words, but because something about it draws your attention, and attention has become your favorite form of prayer. The stone is half buried at the edge of the path behind the herb garden, smooth and pale, with a crack down the center like a sleeping eye. You've passed it a dozen times before, but today, it feels different. You crouch beside it and run your fingers along the groove. It hums, not a sound, a feeling, deep in your chest, like the vibration of a drum too far to hear, but close enough to move your ribs. It makes you still. You sit with it, just sit. People walk by. Someone calls out softly, asking if you're all right. You nod but don't answer out loud. Your hands are resting on the stone now, palms open, skin warmed by the surface. It's not a sacred place, not marked, not claimed, just quiet. You wonder how long it's been here? Longer than you, certainly. Longer than the path. Maybe longer than the walls. You imagine the world growing up around it, soil shifting, plants blooming, feet wearing grooves into the ground. Beside it, the stone never moves. A keeper of place. Someone places a folded cloth beside you. Food, probably. But you don't open it yet. Instead, you close your eyes and breathe. Deep, slow. You imagine the roots under the stone, the weight of time pressing down like gentle hands. When you finally rise, your legs are stiff, but your mind feels wide. You carry the cloth bundle back to your space and open it. Inside is flatbread still warm from the oven and a handful of dried figs. Simple, perfect. You eat with your fingers, licking the crumbs from your thumb like a child. You add the stone to your drawing. You sketch it as it is half sunken, surrounded by curling leaves and a single sunbeam. Then you draw what you felt, not just a rock, but a heartbeat buried beneath the village. When you lie down, you feel it again, faint, steady, beneath everything, and sleep comes like a stone resting in warm earth still, rooted and quietly watching the world change. Asterisk, the first thing you notice is the quiet clicking. It's not loud, more like the sound of pebbles shifting in a shallow dish, rhythmic and small. You follow it with your ears before you even open your eyes. Click, 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 dash click. You rise slowly, stretching your arms above your head until your joints pop like soft seeds, cracking in sunlight. Your fingers tingle from the memory of sleep, and your feet touch the ground with a hush, like you're not entirely sure you've woken up yet. Outside, the light is golden again, that slanted kind of morning light that makes the dust in the air look like floating stars. You move through it like wading through warm water. The clicking gets louder as you approach the central courtyard. There's a woman sitting cross-legged on a reed mat, with a shallow wooden tray in front of her and a mountain of small white stones. Her hands move quickly, sorting the stones into little piles, sometimes flicking one into another tray with a flick of her finger. Each movement makes that same little click. She looks up and smiles. Without a word, she gestures to the spot beside her. You sit. She hands you a bowl of stones. Smooth, round, cool against your skin. Some are flecked with gray, others tinged with pink or gold. You pick one up and roll it between your fingers. There's a board between you, carved with grooves. You recognize it now. A game, an ancient one, older than fire. It feels like one of those games played in markets and temples and the dirt behind homes for centuries. Even if the names keep changing, you've forgotten the rules. But she teaches you without words, just gestures, smiles, the soft nudge of a pebble from her side to yours. It's slow, meditative, a rhythm of thought and chance and play. You lose the first round. Win the second. Then neither of you keep score. The board becomes a story. Each stone a piece of a sky, a memory, a movement. You play until the sun shifts high above, and the board is warm under your fingertips. When you leave, she gives you one stone, tiny, smooth, pale as milk. You tuck it into your pocket like a secret. Back home, you draw the board, the piles of stones, the woman's hands. You draw the game mid-play, pieces scattered, as if frozen in thought. You hold the real stone in your palm as you lie back. It cools your skin, grounding you, and sleep comes like a slow, silent game played in sunlight, gentle, patient, and full of soft decisions. You wake to the sound of weaving, not cloth brushing cloth, not quite, something sharper, drier, reeds sliding over reeds, twine pulled tight, that faint scritch of fiber against fiber, the sound of something becoming. You blink awake slowly. Your room smells faintly of dried lavender and cool ash. Your mat creaks softly as you rise, your blanket clinging to you like it doesn't want to let go. You press your hand to the wall. The stone is already warm, kissed by a rising sun just beginning to stretch across the sky. Outside, the light glows gold through the trees. You walk barefoot through the morning hush, past sleeping baskets and a puddle reflecting sky. Chickens scatter at your arrival. A small brown dog lifts its head from the shade, blinks once, and falls gently back into its nap. You find the weaving beneath the awning of a small, shaded hut. There's a man seated on a low stool, a loom propped in front of him. Simple, upright, wooden, a frame that holds string in one direction, while his fingers pull others across, under, over, the pattern known only to him. You stand quietly, watching. The cloth begins to appear slowly, line by line. It's not perfect. A small snag here, a crooked thread there. But there's something beautiful in the imperfection, like a song that occasionally forgets a note and hums its way through instead. He gestures to a second stool. You sit, and he hands you a length of undyed thread. It's coarser than you expected, dry, almost brittle, but it softens under pressure, warmed by your hands. He teaches you by letting you try, pointing when needed, correcting only with his eyes and an amused grin. You manage. A few rows, crooked, uneven, but solid, honest. You feel like you're building something that will last. You look down at the cloth as it grows, rough at the bottom, then steadier, tighter, like time learning how to walk. The man reaches down and holds up an old piece, faded now, frayed, but still strong. He presses it into your hands. You run your fingers across it. It tells stories, even if it doesn't speak. Symbols, lines, dyes woven memory. One row the color of crushed berries, another like river clay, another made from fibers you can't name but feel familiar, like a song hummed in a dream. You return home with thread dust on your fingertips. You sketch the loom, the growing cloth, the calluses on the man's hands. You add a strand that hangs loose, like it's waiting to be woven next. You lie down with that thought still in your mind, and sleep comes like a thread passed hand to hand, imperfect, warm, and quietly becoming part of something whole. Asterisk today. You walk with no particular place in mind. The sun is high but not harsh. The sky layered in soft linen-colored clouds that seem to move only when you're not looking. Your feet carry you beyond the usual corners of the village, past familiar stones, past the fig tree, past even the baker's low wall. Beyond the hill, you find the orchard. You didn't know it was there, or maybe you forgot. Rows of young trees stand quietly, their thin trunks tied to wooden stakes with old strips of cloth, like little sentinels still learning to stand on their own. The air here is cooler, softer. There's single quotes as a sweetness to it, green, fresh, and shy, like fruit that still weeks from ripening, whispering its promises to the breeze. You walk between the rows, slowly. The ground beneath your feet is soft, springy, with patches of moss and the crunch of dry leaves. You reach out to touch the bark of one tree, and it feels warm, smooth where it's young, rough where a knot has started to form. A woman is kneeling at the far edge, her arms deep in the soil. You watch for a moment. She doesn't notice you at first, or maybe she does, but doesn't mind. Her hands are covered in dirt, and she moves with quiet reverence, placing something small into a hole she's dug, then pressing the earth back over it like tucking in a child. A seed, maybe, or a secret. When she does look up, she smiles in a way that doesn't require words. She gestures gently toward a nearby tree, older than the rest, its limbs wider, fuller. You walk toward it, place a hand on its trunk, and find a small pouch hanging from one of the lower branches. Inside, smooth stones, all different shapes, all warm from the sun. You pick one that feels right in your palm, flat, with a faint spiral carved into it. Someone's hands were here before yours. You press it into the soil at the base of the tree, an offering, a wish, a promise. Maybe all three. The woman continues planting in silence. You help her now, your hands sinking into the earth like they've done it many times before. It smells of rain, of old roots, of patience. When the sun begins to lean westward, you stand, stretch, and nod farewell. You walk back slowly, brushing dirt from your fingers. At home, you draw the orchard, thin trees with soft shadows, the spiral stone nestled beneath one. You sketch your hands, palms open, fingers still earthy, and sleep comes like roots sinking into fresh soil, quiet, slow, and growing gently beneath the surface. Asterisk, you're not sure why, but today begins with the sky. You step outside, and it's just their dot, endless, bluer than usual, deep enough to fall into. No clouds, no birds, just that pure, unbroken stretch above you, as if the whole world has been flipped upside down and you're walking on the inside of a painted bowl. You tilt your head back. You don't move for a long time. It feels like the sky is listening. A breeze brushes past your ear like a whisper. A single leaf skims across the ground. You close your eyes and imagine what it must be like to float up there, to rise weightless, soft as a feather, until the world below becomes just a curve, then a dot, then a memory dot. Eventually, you walk, not with purpose, but with wonder. You follow the slope of the land until it brings you to a clearing, ringed with stone markers, tall, weathered, each with faded carvings, symbols long lost to clarity, but full of meaning anyway. Spirals, lines, hands, stars, and, at the center, a large, round disk of stone, flat as a table and warm from the sun. You sit on its edge. Your fingers trace the lines, chiseled there, unfamiliar, yet oddly comforting. Someone, long ago, knelt here and made marks. Marks that lasted longer than they ever expected. You lie back on the stone. It holds your weight completely. The warmth from it seeps into your spine, your shoulders, the back of your neck. You feel like you're sinking, but without fear. Like you're being welcomed, held above. The sky stretches forever. There's a kind of silence here that isn't empty. It's full of waiting. You hear the faintest creak of a hawk's wings overhead, the chirp of something tiny in the grass. But mostly, you hear your own breath, and the soft thrum of your heart echoing in your ears. Time slows, then it slips entirely. You don't know how long you lie there, staring up, but when you finally sit, the light has shifted golden now, casting long shadows from the standing stones. You pick up a small piece of gravel from the edge of the disc and tuck it into your pocket, not as a souvenir, as a reminder. The sky was real, and you were here. Back home, you draw what you remember, the circle of stones, the sunlit sky, the shape your body left behind on the flat rock. You lie down with that same warmth, still pressed into your back, and sleep comes like blue sky stretched wide above ancient stone, limitless, gentle, and quietly eternal. Asterisk. This morning you wake to the smell of rain, but there's no rain, just the scent of it, earthy, metallic, something in the air that tickles the back of your nose and makes the sky feel heavier than usual. A promise, not yet kept. You pull your blanket closer, even though the room isn't cold. There's a softness to the day already. You feel it in your body, the way your muscles stretch like cloth left in the sun. You blink slowly, rising with care, as if the air itself might bruise if you move too fast. Outside, the wind moves low across the ground. The trees don't sway, they lean. You wander toward the far edge of the village, past the herb garden, past the creek that's more stone than water this time of year. And there, tucked under the curve of a small hill, is the kill. You've seen it before, but never this close. It's a squat dome of cracked clay, patched with ash and soot. A small fire still flickers in the pit beneath it. The air smells of smoke, yes, but also something older. Fired earth, burnt sap, a hint of citrus from dried orange peels thrown into the flames, maybe to sweeten the heat. Two people work silently. One lifts the lid of a finished vessel with thick leather gloves. The other brushes off the cooled surface, revealing patterns etched before firing, tiny waves, spirals, dots. The pot is dark with uneven bands of color, as if fire itself signed its name across the side. You sit quietly on a low stump and watch. Eventually, one of them hands you a lump of raw clay. Cool, damp, heavy. You press your thumb into it. The indentation feels honest, like the clay is listening. You shape a small cup, not perfect, not round, but held together by your fingers and your patience. They offer to fire it for you. It will take time, a few days, maybe. You nod, hand it over, and watch as they set it gently beside the others. You feel oddly proud. You carry the warmth of the kill back with you. Not the heat, the glow, the hum of transformation. Of something soft becoming strong through pressure, time, and a little bit of flame. At your drawing table, you sketch the cup. Still soft, still unbaked, but ready. You lie down, arms across your belly, imagining the tiny vessel in the kiln now, surrounded by embers and stories older than your name. And sleep comes like wet clay kissed by fire, malleable, glowing, waiting to become. You wake before the sky turns blue. That quiet time, just before the light arrives, but after the stars have begun their retreat. Everything feels paused. Even your breath is quieter, like your body understands this is a threshold. You slip out silently. No shoes. The earth is cool and damp beneath your feet, the kind of cool that makes your skin feel clean. You follow instinct, not memory, past the sleeping houses, past the empty market, toward the northern ridge, where the ground flattens out like an exhale. And there, at the edge of morning, is the shepherd, not a figure of grandeur, just a hunched silhouette against the gray, wrapped in a heavy cloak, leaning on a curved staff, boots pressed into the soft mud. A dog sits by his side, still as stone. You nod to him, and he nods back. No words, just mutual understanding. This is the hour for watching. Beyond the ridge, a dozen sheep move slowly through the field. Pale shapes in the dimness, grazing, breathing. One lets out a bleat so quiet it sounds like a question, with no urgency behind it. You sit, the shepherd, hums, a tune that has no real beginning or end. A lullaby for no one, or for everyone. The wind is light but cold at the edges. You wrap your arms around your knees and rest your cheek against your sleeve. The clouds above begin to pale, like old cloths soaking in water. Color is returning to the world, shy and slow. The dog shifts, sniffs the air, then settles again. The sun doesn't rise so much as arrive. Not a burst, just a slow bloom. Pink along the edges of the hill, then gold pooling in the low dips of land. You watch it touch each sheep in turn, until they glow like creatures from a forgotten story. You feel yourself glowing quietly. From inside, when the first real warmth reaches your skin, you finally stand. The shepherd gives a nod again, this time with the smallest smile. The kind that says, you've done something sacred by watching. You walk back with the sunrise at your back, and the ground already drying beneath your feet. Back home, you draw the scene from memory, not the sheep, or the ridge, or even the sun, just the dog, still, steady, and the staff, leaning gently, like it's resting after a long life of walking. You lie down without speaking, the warmth of sunrise still pressed into your arms, and sleep comes like the hush before morning still, sacred, and full of things you don't need to explain. You hear the sound before you see it. A slow, hollow rhythm, like water dripping into wood, not fast, not sharp, just patient. The kind of sound that pulls you in by suggestion rather than urgency. You follow it, quietly, as if any louder step might spook it away, down the back path. Near the cracked olive tree is a boy with a small drum, not a war drum, not ceremonial, just a shallow wooden frame with stretched hide, resting on his knees like a bowl of sound. He taps it with his fingertips. Tap, 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 pause. Tap dot, you sit nearby. He doesn't stop or look up, just keeps playing, like the rhythm has been with him since sunrise. It isn't music exactly, it's too raw for that. But it's not noise either, it's heartbeat, it's footsteps, it's rain on canvas, it's language without words. You close your eyes and feel it move through your chest. There's something grounding about it. Like each tap presses you a little deeper into the earth. Eventually, he stops. The silence that follows is different than the one before. It hums, holds shape, like the air is still vibrating with the echo of rhythm. He hands you the drum. You hesitate, but only for a moment. It's lighter than it looks. You tap it once, and it answers. A sound with your name tucked inside. You don't try to copy his pattern. You let your fingers wander, hesitant at first, then more sure. You tap out your breath, then your thoughts, then something wordless. From below thought entirely. When you finish, he nods once. Satisfied, he takes the drum back and rests it on a low log beside him, letting it sit in the sun. It will dry more, tighten. It changes every day, he tells you, like skin, like weather. You nod, understanding. You walk back slower than usual. Your fingers still tingle from the rhythm back in your space. You don't draw right away. Instead, you tap the side of your wooden table. Once, then twice. Then you stop, and let the silence settle again. Then, with your charcoal, you draw the drum, not the shape, but the sound. Circular lines, echoes, movement. You lie down, your hands loose beside you, still hearing it, still feeling it, and sleep comes like a rhythm softening in the dusk, tapping, fading, and echoing somewhere just beneath your ribs. Today smells like smoke, but not the sharp kind. It's warm, nutty, a little sweet, like something roasting slowly, being tended by hands that know exactly when to turn, when to wait, and when to share. You follow your nose. The scent grows richer as you near the far edge of the market square, where the stones are darker from so many years of cooking fires. A low brazier crackles nearby, and beside it, an old man turns a long iron rod, slowly spinning what looks like nuts or seeds over the glowing coals. He doesn't look up when you arrive, just gestures with a twitch of his eyebrow, the universal sign for, come closer, but not too close. This is hot, and I'd rather not explain blisters to your grandmother. You sit a short distance away. The fire pops gently. Something inside the pan begins to split open, a small hiss, like the sigh of tired bark peeling from a log. Chestnuts. He cracks one open with the flat of a knife and offers it to you on the tip of the blade. It's hot, soft, and smoky sweet. The inside is golden. The flavor tastes like autumn, even though it's not. You eat it slowly, one, then another. He says nothing, but every so often, you both nod in agreement, in approval, in mutual appreciation of a task done slowly and well. As more nuts crack, he tosses the shells aside in a little woven basket. Some bounce out. You catch one and roll it between your fingers. It still holds warmth, like it remembers being inside the fire. When the batch is done, he scoops them into a cloth bag and presses it into your hands. A gift, no exchange. Just something shared. You bow slightly. He gives a grunt of acknowledgement, then turns back to his coals, as if you'd never been there, but you know he noticed everything back in your space. You eat another chestnut, still warm, still sweet. You draw the brazier, but instead of showing the coals, you draw the scent. Swirls of smoke rising into a sky made of lines. You add a single nut cracked open like a tiny treasure chest. You place the cloth bag beside your blanket, and as you lie down, your fingers still carry the scent, a blend of earth, ember, and memory, and sleep comes like roasted sweetness, curling through cold air, smoky, soft, and slow, as twilight sinking into your skin. You're awoken by a knock, not urgent, just soft, like someone politely asking to enter your dreams rather than your home. You rise slowly, blink against the dim light, and open the door. A girl stands there with a bundle in her arms, cloth wrapped tightly, something heavy inside. She says nothing, just looks at you with that unspoken village look. You're the one for this. You'll understand. You nod, not entirely sure what you're agreeing to, but trusting the rhythm of the day. She leads you up the southern path. Through the olive grove where cicadas once filled the air with their hum, but now only silence lingers. The bundle doesn't shift in her arms, though it must be heavy. She carries it like something precious. At the top of the hill is a platform, wooden, sun-worn, creaky in its joints. You've seen it used for drying herbs, storytelling circles, and once for watching the moon rise, while everyone quietly sipped from shared bowls. Today, it's empty. She sets the bundle down and begins to unwrap it. You kneel beside her. Inside, a series of long, narrow scrolls, some made of stitched bark, others thin sheets of pressed reed or even polished bone, all marked with symbols, some drawn in charcoal, some etched, some burned in with careful points. It's not language you recognize, not completely, but it hums with meaning. She hands you one gently, like passing a sleeping bird. You run your fingers along the markings. The shapes feel familiar, not from reading but from dreaming. You remember something like them appearing in the cracks of your ceiling once, when you had a fever. The girl pulls a small bowl from her satchel, thick ink, dark as midnight, and offers you a brush. You hesitate, then dip dot on a clean strip of bark. You start your own scroll. Not copying, just responding. Your hand moves slowly. The brush glides. The symbols you make are half memory, half instinct. The girl watches, nods. You fill 3 scrolls before you realize how much time has passed. The sun is lower now. She wraps the scrolls again, tucks them away, and leaves you with a smile that says you added to something bigger than either of us. Back home, you draw one of your symbols. You place it in the corner of your wall, not just on paper, but directly on stone, with ink thinned from a berry you crushed in your palm. It feels right, like something you were supposed to do all along. You lie back, eyes heavy, fingers stained, and sleep comes like ink drying on bark, fluid, silent, and full of secret meaning only dreams can read. You wake to the smell of wax and something faintly metallic. It's not unpleasant, just strange, familiar in a way that doesn't quite reach your memory. Like the scent of a room you once dreamed about, but never stepped inside. Your fingers feel stiff as you rise, not sore, just purposeful, as if they already know they have work to do. You follow the scent, barefoot, down the narrow path, past the water jars, and the faded mosaic half buried in the garden wall. The wind is quiet today, like it's holding its breath, at the far end of the village. Where the stone meets sand, you find her, the candle maker. She's older than time, or at least it seems that way. Her hands move with a kind of rhythm that doesn't belong to any clock. Dipping, lifting, turning, a slow dance between flame and wax. Long cords hang drying from a low beam. Some are pale yellow, others rich brown. A few shimmer faintly, as if kissed by crushed herbs or ash. The air smells warm, like bees, and salt, and light that's been folded up and stored. She hands you a small wick. It's braided from some fibrous plant you can't name, and already smells faintly of rosemary. She guides your hands, no words, toward the pot of melted wax. You dip, lift, wait, dip again, with every pass. The shape builds, layer by layer. A candle is born in your hands, lopsided, uneven, but true. You hold it gently, as if it's something living. She carves a symbol into the side of it, with the point of a twig, a spiral, of course. You smile at the coincidence, or is it? You carry the candle home wrapped in cloth. The wax is still soft. It smells like wood smoke and honey. That night, you don't light it. You set it by your bed. You draw its shape, the spiral, the uneven edges, the texture left behind by your own fingers. You draw the flame it might one day carry, and the shadow it could cast. Then you lie down beside it, the scent lingering in the folds of your blanket, and sleep comes like warm wax cradling a quiet wick, soft, fragrant, and waiting for light. You spend the day in silence, not by rule, not from sorrow, just naturally, as if the world has lowered its voice, and you've chosen to match it. The wind is quiet. The trees don't rustle, they breathe. Even the animals seem to walk softer, speak less. A dog passes by without barking. A bird flits across the path, with barely a wing beat of sound. You feel no rush to go anywhere. You let your feet choose, and they carry you toward the edge of the village, where the stones are flatter, and the hills roll like sleeping giants. You find a bench, worn smooth, carved from old wood, and kept in place by time and the weight of those who've rested before you. You sit, and you listen, not with your ears exactly, with your whole body. The stillness here is not empty. It's full of tiny things. The flutter of a moth landing on a blade of grass, the creak of a distant wheel, the almost sound of a cloud sliding across the sky. You close your eyes, and slowly, without meaning to, your breathing begins to mirror the earth. Long, gentle, like waves washing sand. Your shoulders drop. Your jaw softens. There's no work here, no need to understand, only to notice. A small beetle climbs your sandal. You watch it, amused. It stumbles once, rights itself, and continues its noble, tiny journey. A bee circles your shoulder, not searching, just drifting. It hums past. Content. You reach into your pocket without thinking, and find the spiral stone from earlier, still smooth, still warm from time. You press it into the earth beside the bench, just under the shade of a bent reed, a quiet offering. You stay longer than you planned, but time here feels rounded, blurred, not something you can hold, just something that passes over your skin, like a soft cloth dot, eventually. You return home with silence still wrapped around you like a shawl. You draw nothing today. Instead, you place the blank page in the center of your table and rest your hand on it, just resting. No lines, no shapes, just space. And maybe that's a kind of drawing too. You lie down, feeling the hush settle deeper. Your breath is slower now. The room is dim, and sleep comes like silence, settling into soil full, soft, and rich, with the weight of nothing at all. Asterisk, you wake, in the middle of the night and don't know why. Not startled, not afraid, just awake. The room is cool. The kind of cool that lives in stone, not cold, exactly, but still, and deep, like the inside of a well. Your blanket has slipped to the floor. You reach for it, then pause, hand resting mid-air. There's a glow outside. Not firelight, Not a torch. Something softer, paler. It leaks through the edge of your shutters like milk spilling under a door. You rise quietly. The floor creaks. You don't mind, outside. The moon has taken over the sky, full, bright, hanging low and round, like a fruit ready to fall. It casts silver on everything, the roof tiles, the grass, even your skin. It makes the world look unreal, beautiful, a little lonely dot. You walk, no reason. You're barefoot again. Always barefoot in these moments. The night has its own texture. The dirt is cooler. The air smells sharper. Herbs clay. Last night's fire still curled in the hearths. Every sound is different, more focused. An owl calls once, and then hut. As if embarrassed, you reach the small pond beyond the sleeping fig trees. It glows too. The moon rests on its surface like a twin, unbroken, not even a ripple. You sit at the edge, wrap your arms around your knees, and simply watch. The reflection sways slightly with the breeze, a slow wobble, like the pond is thinking. Then stillness again. You lean forward, touch the water with your fingertips. It's cold. You smile. It feels like the moon reached down and shook your hand. Behind you, somewhere far off, someone coughs in their sleep. You imagine the whole village glowing, not from lanterns, but from inside. From dreams. You pick up a stone and toss it lightly into the water. The ripple breaks the reflection. The moon becomes a scattered puzzle. Then, forms. Whole again. You wait until your shoulders feel heavy and your eyes pull down, like weighted cloth. You walk home even slower than before. Inside, the air feels warmer now. You lie down and let your body sink into the mat, the blanket pulled high. Your feet still a little cool. You close your eyes, but the moon remains, printed behind your eyelids like an old ink stamp, and sleep comes like moonlight on still water, silver, quiet, and whole again after every ripple. The morning light finds you slowly. It doesn't burst in, or beckon, or shout. It simply arrives, a warm brush across your closed eyelids, a gentle invitation to return to the world. You stretch under your blanket, feeling your spine uncurl. Like a fern waking from dew. Today feels like a whisper. You rise and pour water into a shallow bowl, rinsing your face. The water is cool, shockingly honest, and it brings you fully into the moment. You blink at your reflection in the surface. The version of you in the water looks softer, somehow, a little more like someone who listens than someone who speaks. Your feet guide you toward the southern edge of the village again, where the wind moves in spirals and wild mint grows between the stones. There, tucked between two sloped garden walls, is the dye house. It's not a place you've spent much time, but the scent alone pulls you in. Sharp vinegar, drying leaves, faint hints of fruit and bark, and something metallic that makes your tongue tingle, just smelling it. Inside, bundles of cloth hang from beams, their colors glowing like stained glass. Deep indigo, soft saffron, fierce madder red, and a blue so dark it could almost be black, but never quite dares. A woman stirs a pot slowly, her hands stained in sunset colors. She doesn't speak as you enter, just gestures to an empty stool and a length of cloth waiting in a clay bowl. You sit. She hands you a sprig of dried flower, something lavender-colored, brittle but still fragrant. You crush it gently between your fingers and sprinkle it into the bowl. The water clouds immediately, blooming with color like smoke underwater. Together, you lower the cloth. It soaks, disappears, returns, shade by shade. Each dip deepens the hue, like feeding the fabric's small secrets. You don't speak. There's no need. She nods once, satisfied. You hang the cloth on a low line, watching the dye drip back into the earth. A breeze passes through the open doorway, tugging at the corners of everything. The fabric dances slightly in the air, as if testing its new color against the wind. You walk home with your fingers lightly tinted purple. You don't draw today. You press your fingers onto the page, leaving behind small smudges, dots, petals. ghosts of a morning spent stirring color into life. You lie down and cover yourself in your usual blanket, though now you think of dye soaking into threads, of quiet color, of fabric made brave by flowers, and sleep comes like a slow stain blooming across pale cloth, gentle, warm, and settling into every corner of you. Asterisk, the bell sounds at midday, not loud, just one, low chime, bronze and hollow. You feel it before. You hear it, as though your ribs picked it up like tuning forks. You pause in your doorway, half in shadow, half in sun. Everything slows for a moment, then you follow. Others are already walking the narrow path, barefoot like you, silent, as if the bell wiped away all need for words. You recognize some faces. Others are strangers, or maybe just quiet people who spend their lives behind walls or within gardens. But here, together, no names are needed. The path curves uphill gently, winding between pale olive trees and a stream that whispers more than it flows. The air is warm, but not heavy. Dry grass brushes your ankles. The scent of thyme rises from where your feet disturb the dust. At the top, the gathering circle. Stones arranged in a perfect ring. No chairs, no markings, just flat rock under open sky. You've been here before, but rarely. It always feels like arriving in a place that existed before time bothered putting numbers to things. Everyone sits cross-legged.com, expectant, but not eager. A woman stands at the far end of the circle, her hands clasped gently in front of her. Her voice, when it comes, is low and steady. It doesn't rise above the breeze, it moves with it. She tells a story. You don't know the beginning. You don't need to. It's about a traveler, or maybe a bird, or maybe a spirit that forgets what shape it's supposed to be. It wanders, it listens. It changes coats and songs and names, until it no longer minds what it's called. You catch only pieces. ... The sky cracked open just enough for the rain to hesitate. Double quotes. ... A feather tucked beneath a river stone. ... Weaving, always weaving, even when the threads go quiet. No one reacts. No applause. No nods. But you feel it. The stillness of attention. The shared breath between strangers. The peace of being wrapped in a tale, without needing to hold it too tightly. When she finishes, she bows her head. That's it. Everyone rises slowly, as if waking from the same shared nap. You follow them back down the path, lighter somehow, as if the story took something from each of you, not as theft, but as offering at home. You draw a single feather, not detailed, just a shape, the idea of it. You place it near the center of your wall. You don't know what it means, exactly. That feels right. You lie down, imagining the stone circle under moonlight, the whisper of stories still folded in the grass, and sleep comes like a tale half-remembered, soft, spiraling, and carried gently out to sea. Asterisk, there's a storm somewhere far away. You can't see it, but you feel it, low in your bones, a dull hum, like a drum played beneath the ground. The air is heavy with waiting. Birds fly lower than usual. Even the wind seems uncertain, shifting directions like it hasn't made up its mind yet. You stay inside today. The walls are cool, familiar, safe. You light a single candle, and its little flame flickers nervously, dancing in place like it's trying to whisper something but doesn't know the words. You sit beside the window, watching the sky. It's not dark, but it's not bright either. Just gray, like a wool blanket pulled over the sun's eyes. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolls. Not sharply, more like a large animal turning over in sleep. You remember storms from childhood, hiding under a wooden table, while rain knocked on the roof like a guest who wouldn't leave, counting the seconds between flash and sound, believing, for a while, that lightning could find you by name. You smile at the memory. You were always dramatic when it came to weather. On the low table beside you, a bowl of lentils waits. You press your finger into the pile, drawing lazy circles through the seeds. They shift and tumble, soft like sand, but with a pulse like tiny hearts, with no hurry. It's peaceful here. Thunder again. Closer this time. You pull the blanket around your shoulders, not because you're cold, but because it feels like a ritual. The sacred art of coziness. You take out your drawing charcoal, but instead of lines or shapes, you just make marks, scribbles, smudges, ridges, dark arcs that sweep across the page. Like the belly of the storm itself. Your fingers get dusty. You don't mind. There's a joy in being messy. Sometimes in touching the world in ways that leave a mark. You draw until your wrist is tired and the candle is half melted outside. A single drop of rain taps the window, then another, then a pause, long enough to think maybe it changed its mind, but no. It begins soft at first, then steadier. The sound is like 1,000 tiny footfalls, all arriving at once, crossing the roof, the walls, the paths outside. Everything is being greeted by the sky. You close your eyes. The rain is steady now. You let it wash away the need for thoughts. You imagine the world being rinsed clean, made softer, made slower, and sleep comes like rain on a quiet roof, gentle, rhythmic, and full of distant thunder, turned tame. The rain has stopped, but everything is damp. You step outside, and the earth sighs under your feet, not muddy, just softened. The stones on the path are slick with puddles in their grooves, and the leaves overhead drip one by one, slow and steady, like the trees are still processing what just happened. The sky is pale now, colorless, but not lifeless. You walk with slow steps, the kind you might take in a place of worship. The world feels reverent today. Even the wind moves in careful threads, weaving between branches and damp linens, left to dry. By the well, a woman is stringing thin branches together with twine. You stop to watch. She doesn't speak, just hands you a bundle of thin reeds and a piece of cord. You sit beside her on the edge of the stone well and begin to weave, mimicking the motions she makes, under, over, twist, pull. It feels like braiding hair. She's making baskets, not the kind you carry, but the kind you hang from trees. For birds, or for drying herbs, or for no reason at all, except that hands need to make things sometimes. You finish one, it's crooked, a little loose on one side, but it holds together. She nods. You hang it from a low fig branch nearby. It spins, slowly in the breeze, water still clinging to the tips of the leaves above it. A few droplets fall into the basket, and you imagine it being filled with rain, or berries, or wishes. She offers you tea from a clay cup. It's still warm, steam rising in delicate threads. It tastes of ginger and something bitter, like dried bark. You drink it slowly, savoring the heat. A cat appears, as they often do when tea is involved. It rubs against your ankle, then hops into your lap without permission, as if you'd invited it in a past life. It purrs like a small engine, its body heavy and warm and entirely sure of its place in the world. You stroke its fur and feel your breathing match the rhythm of its purrs. Later, you walk home with wet leaves stuck to the bottom of your soles, and the memory of weaving still in your fingers. You draw the basket, or rather, its shadow, a series of curved lines and half-formed circles, like ripples in still water. You add a cat paw in the corner, just one. Then you lie down, your chest still warm from the tea. Your limbs pleasantly tired, and sleep comes like a basket swinging from a tree branch, gentle, quiet, and cradling the weight of everything small. And sacred. The sky is clear today, startlingly so. Not a single cloud, not even a whisper of one. Just open blue stretched so wide it feels like you could fall upward into it. You step outside and squint, even though the sun is low. It's the kind of day that makes shadows look crisp and long, like paper cutouts lying across the ground. The air feels scrubbed clean by last night's storm, cool, sweet. and touched with a faint trace of lavender from the fields beyond the eastern hill. You decide to walk toward them. The path is familiar, but always slightly different. Stones shift. Grass grows in new places. A bird has nested in the old shrine nook, and its flutter startles you into a smile. By the time you reach the lavender, the sun has climbed just high enough to warm your shoulders. The plants sway in soft rhythm, rows and rows of violet trembling gently in the breeze. You sink into the edge of the field, the soft hum of bees already settling your thoughts. There's something deeply kind about lavender. It doesn't shout for attention. It just exists, radiating calm, offering scent and softness to anyone who needs it. You pluck a small sprig and roll it between your fingers, releasing its oil, sharp at first, then powdery, almost nostalgic. You find a patch where the stalks part and lie down carefully. The ground is soft and smells of green things and sunlight. Above you, bees drift like lazy thoughts, not in a rush, just floating from bloom to bloom, their wings catching flashes of gold. You watch them for what feels like hours or minutes. Time here is unhurried. You close your eyes, and the world narrows to scent, warmth, and sound. A distant bird call, the brush of wind across your face, the subtle crackle of a leaf beside your ear as it shifts its place. Eventually, you rise, brushing lavender buds from your sleeve. On the walk home, your fingers carry the scent, and it follows you like a soft echo dot at your table. You press the sprig into the corner of your journal, not to dry it, just to let it rest there. Like company, you draw nothing today. The scent is enough. You lie down, the quiet of the lavender field still tucked behind your eyes, your body remembering the earth's gentle cradle, and sleep comes like sunlight through violet leaves, hushed, floral, and stretching softly across the quiet inside you. Asterisk. You spend the morning gathering shadows, not on purpose at first, but the way the light moves across the walls, through cracks and shutters, between branches, across stone, you begin to notice the patterns it leaves behind, flickers, stretches, a dance that's been going on forever, unnoticed. You carry a scrap of parchment with you now, not for words, but for catching the curves of light and dark. You trace them loosely, not worrying about accuracy, just suggestion. A corner of your room where the curtain moves, the edge of a jar, the silhouette of a pot handle that looks, for a moment, like a bird's beak. The shadows change with each hour. What was once a sharp triangle softens to a long river. A curve becomes a line. A flicker disappears entirely. But the practice is quiet, and so are you. In the afternoon, you visit the weaver. She's seated at her loom, a large wooden frame stretched with threads that hum like soft harp strings when the breeze brushes them. She doesn't look up right away. She's counting under her breath. Left to right, top to bottom. Her fingers dart like dancers across the threads. You watch. The pattern she weaves is nothing flashy, no great design. Just soft blocks of alternating dark and light, shadows and sun, caught in thread. You smile at the coincidence. Or maybe not a coincidence at all. After a while, she pauses. She hands you a basket of small thread spools, dyed from roots, berries, soil, bark. You run your thumb across them. Some feel soft, like breath. Others are rough, full of texture and effort. She shows you how to feed one through the shuttle. You do it slowly, your hands learning by doing, not thinking. It's quiet work. You lose track of time. Your small addition to the pattern disappears into the cloth like a secret hidden. But there, when it's time to leave, she gives you a small square of the woven cloth, the size of your palm. The colors are subtle, but unmistakable. One side darker, one lighter. Shadow and light, caught forever in fiber. You carry it home like a talisman. You don't draw tonight. You place the cloth square beside your bed and let your fingers rest on it as you lie down. You think about the way shadow moves, never the same, twice, always attached to something real. but never quite touchable. And sleep comes like a woven pattern in low light, soft, steady, and stitched through with quiet grace. You wake to a sky painted in soft pastels, not the harsh gold of midday or the fiery reds of sunset, but a delicate wash of pinks and blues that feel like the sky is still stretching after a long sleep. The air is cool and carries a faint scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. You rise slowly, feeling the weight of the night's dreams still draped over your shoulders like a light shawl. You step outside barefoot, the cool stone underfoot grounding you in this quiet morning. The village is just beginning to stir. A few early risers sweep their doorsteps, their brooms moving in slow, deliberate arcs that mimic the gentle rhythm of the day. You smile to yourself, watching the dust swirl lazily in the light. You wander toward the small garden at the village's edge. Here, the jasmine climbs over a low wooden trellis, its white flowers opening slowly, releasing their sweet perfume into the air. You pause beneath the blooms, inhaling deeply, letting the scent fill your lungs like a whispered secret. A soft breeze stirs the petals, and a single blossom drifts down to rest on your outstretched hand. You cup it gently, marveling at its delicate beauty. Nearby, an old stone bench waits, worn smooth by years of use. You sit and close your eyes, feeling the sun's first warm touch on your face. Memories drift through you, quiet moments of calm, the laughter of children playing in the fields, the gentle hum of bees, busy at work, each one a thread weaving through the fabric of your day. You reach into your pocket and pull out a small piece of charcoal. Without haste, you begin to draw the jasmine flower on a page, capturing its fragile petals and the curve of its stem with soft, careful lines. You don't worry about perfection. Instead, you focus on the feeling of the charcoal moving beneath your fingers, the texture of the paper, the quiet joy of creation. As the drawing takes shape, a sense of peace settles over you, wrapping around. You like the jasmine's scent on a warm breeze. You close your eyes once more, resting your head against the cool stone of the bench, and sleep comes like a gentle jasmine bloom, unfurling soft, fragrant, and unfolding slowly into the quiet night. You awake to the distant sound of laughter, soft, bright, and almost musical, as if the wind itself is carrying the echo of joyful voices from far away. It feels like a gift, unexpected and light, stirring something warm inside your chest. You rise and step outside, the cool morning air brushing gently against your skin. The village is bathed in a soft, golden light, the kind that makes even the simplest things feel touched by magic. You follow the sound, letting it guide you through winding paths and quiet corners you hadn't noticed before. Ahead, children gather near the fountain in the square. Their faces glow with happiness, flushed from play and the thrill of being together. They splash water, chase shadows, and laugh without restraint, a melody of innocence and freedom. You smile, watching them from a distance, feeling a gentle pull to join but choosing instead to savor the moment quietly. Nearby, a woman kneels beside a patch of wildflowers, gently tending to them with care and patience. She looks up and offers you a small bouquet, a mix of daisies, clover, and a single bright marigold. You accept it, the scent fresh and earthy, a reminder of simpler times and slow days. You sit on a nearby bench, the flowers resting in your lap, and close your eyes, letting the laughter and light wrap around you like a soft blanket. Your fingers trace the petals, absent-mindedly as you pull out your charcoal and begin to sketch. Not the children, not the woman, but the flowers, their delicate shapes, the way they lean toward the sun, the quiet strength hidden in their softness. Your lines are slow and gentle, capturing not just their form, but the feeling they leave behind, hope, warmth, and the quiet joy found in small things. You finish the sketch and tuck it carefully into your journal. You lie back, the sun warming your face, the laughter still echoing faintly in your ears, and sleep comes like the soft murmur of childhood, light, warm, and wrapped in a gentle, golden glow. Asterisk, you awake to the distant sound of laughter, soft, bright, and almost musical, as if the wind itself is carrying the echo of joyful voices from far away. It feels like a gift, unexpected and light, stirring something warm inside your chest. You rise and step outside, the cool morning air brushing gently against your skin. The village is bathed in a soft, golden light, the kind that makes even the simplest things feel touched by magic. You follow the sound, letting it guide you through winding paths and quiet corners you hadn't noticed before. Ahead, children gather near the fountain in the square. Their faces glow with happiness, flushed from play and the thrill of being together. They splash water, chase shadows, and laugh without restraint, a melody of innocence and freedom. You smile, watching them from a distance, feeling a gentle pull to join but choosing instead to savor the moment quietly. Nearby, a woman kneels beside a patch of wildflowers, gently tending to them with care and patience. She looks up and offers you a small bouquet, a mix of daisies, clover, and a single bright marigold. You accept it, the scent fresh and earthy, a reminder of simpler times and slow days. You sit on a nearby bench, the flowers resting in your lap, and close your eyes, letting the laughter and light wrap around you like a soft blanket. Your fingers trace the petals, absent-mindedly as you pull out your charcoal and begin to sketch. Not the children, not the woman, but the flowers, their delicate shapes, the way they lean toward the sun, the quiet strength hidden in their softness. Your lines are slow and gentle, capturing not just their form but the feeling they leave behind, hope, warmth, and the quiet joy found in small things. You finish the sketch and tuck it carefully into your journal. You lie back, the sun warming your face, the laughter still echoing faintly in your ears, and sleep comes like the soft murmur of childhood, light, warm, and wrapped in a gentle, golden glow. Asterisk, the dawn arrives quietly, as if tiptoeing across the village rooftops. You awaken to a soft glow seeping through your window, casting gentle patterns on the worn floor. The air is crisp, carrying the faint aroma of freshly tilled earth and blooming herbs. You rise slowly, your body still wrapped in the softness of sleep. Outside, the village stirs softly, a rooster crows somewhere distant, and the faint clatter of wooden carts begins its slow rhythm. You make your way to the communal garden, where rows of young shoots reach toward the sky. The soil is cool and damp beneath your fingers as you kneel to inspect the plants. You brush away stray leaves and pat the earth gently, feeling the pulse of life beneath the surface. Nearby, a gardener tends to a bed of tender lettuce, her hands moving with practiced care. She smiles at you, her eyes kind and steady, sharing the silent language of nurture. You take a deep breath, inhaling the mingled scents of soil, green leaves, and morning dew. There's a softness here, a promise of growth, of quiet resilience. You reach into your bag and pull out a small notebook, opening it to a fresh page. Your charcoal sketch captures the delicate shoots, their fragile stems bending slightly in the morning breeze. You draw slowly, savoring each line, each curve, as if tracing the very breath of the garden itself. You press your fingers into the soil one last time before standing. The sun climbs higher, warming your skin and filling the garden with light. You carry the calm with you as you walk back through the village, the rhythm of growth settling gently inside you. At home, you set your sketch beside the window, where it catches the light and seems to glow softly. You lie down once more, your breath deep and steady, and sleep comes like the slow unfolding of a leaf, quiet, patient, and full of gentle promise. The afternoon stretches out lazily, golden and warm. You wander toward the village bakery, drawn by the faint scent of fresh bread and honeyed pastries. The air is rich with the comforting smells of grain and yeast, mingling with the soft murmur of voices and the crackle of the oven's fire. Inside, the baker kneads dough with practiced hands, the flour dusting his fingers like soft snow. He smiles at you, offering a warm loaf wrapped in linen, still warm, still fragrant. You accept it with a quiet nod and step outside, the crust crackling softly as you break off a piece. The bread tastes of earth and warmth, each bite a small comfort against the quiet backdrop of the afternoon. You find a shaded bench beneath a large fig tree, its leaves whispering in the breeze. The cool shade offers relief from the sun's gentle heat, and you rest, savoring the moment. Nearby, a cat stretches and curls, its fur catching dappled sunlight in soft patches. You watch as it blinks slowly, utterly content. You pull out your charcoal and paper, but instead of drawing the fig tree or the cat, you sketch the loaf of bread. The rough texture of the crust, the soft, yielding crumb inside, capturing not just its shape but the sense of simple satisfaction it brings. Your fingers pressed lightly on the paper, leaving smudges and marks like the imprint of comfort. The world feels slow here. Each breath is a reminder of warmth and ease, of quiet pleasure in small things. As the sun dips lower, you fold your drawing carefully and tuck it into your journal. You lie back under the fig tree, the leaves casting shifting shadows across your face, and sleep comes like fresh baked bread, cooling on a windowsill, warm, tender, and full of simple, quiet joy. The evening descends slowly, wrapping the village in a soft golden haze. You step outside just as the sun begins to dip behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of peach and lavender. The air carries the faint scent of wood smoke and dried herbs, mingling with the sweet musk of ripe figs. You wander toward the small stream that curves gently through the outskirts of the village. The water flows softly over smooth stones, its gentle murmur a quiet song beneath the fading light. You find a flat rock by the bank and settle down, feeling the coolness seep through your clothes. The breeze stirs the leaves overhead, casting dancing shadows that flicker like whispers. You reach into your pocket and pull out a small bundle of wildflowers, their colors muted in the twilight. You arrange them carefully on the rock, the petals, soft and fragile against the rough stone. Nearby, a dragonfly skims the water's surface, its iridescent wings catching the last glimmers of sun. You watch it hover, suspended in a moment of stillness, before it darts away into the gathering dusk. You close your eyes and listen to the water, the wind, the faint rustle of night creatures awakening. Your fingers trace lazy circles in the dirt beside you, the earth cool and soft beneath your touch. The world feels balanced on the edge of dreams and waking. You think of the streams that have flowed here for centuries, carrying stories, seeds, and whispers downstream. You sketch the dragonfly with delicate lines, capturing its shimmering wings and poised stillness. You smile softly at the quiet beauty of something so fleeting and perfect. The shadows deepen, and stars begin to peek through the darkening sky. You rise slowly, brushing the dirt from your hands. You carry the memory of the stream's song with you as you return home. You lie down beneath your blanket, the soft weight, comforting and familiar, and sleep comes like the gentle ripple of water at dusk, cool, shimmering, and soothing your mind into stillness. The night is deep and velvety, wrapping around you like a familiar cloak. You step outside, into the cool air, the village quiet, except for the soft hum of crickets hidden among the hedges. Above, the sky is a vast canvas, studded with countless stars that twinkle softly, each one a tiny beacon in the dark. You walk slowly toward the hill overlooking the village, where the earth slopes gently upward and wildflowers nod their heads in the night breeze. Reaching the crest, you settle onto the soft grass, the earth cool beneath you. The scent of lavender and thyme drifts faintly, mingling with the crisp night air. You tilt your head back and gaze upward, letting your eyes follow the constellations as they wheel slowly across the sky. There is a stillness here that humbles you, a reminder of how small and vast you are all at once. You think of stories told by the stars, whispered in ancient tongues and passed from one generation to the next. A shooting star arcs silently across the heavens, its brief trail of light, like a whispered secret shared just with you. You close your eyes and breathe deeply, feeling the steady rhythm of your heart, in time with the pulse of the night. Your fingers trace patterns in the grass, mimicking the constellations you've seen. You imagine the sky folding gently around you, a protective canopy of light and shadow. When you finally lie back, the cool earth cradling you. Your breath slows and softens, and sleep comes, like the quiet shimmer of starlight, gentle, endless, and wrapped in the hush of the night. The air is still and cool as you rise before dawn. The village sleeps beneath a sky bruised purple with early light, soft and quiet as a whispered secret. You wrap yourself in your favorite cloak, the fabric worn and comforting, and step outside. The world is hushed. The only sound, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the faint murmur of distant waters. You follow a narrow path winding toward the edge of the forest, where shadows deepen and the scent of pine needles and damp earth fills the air. The ground beneath your feet is soft with moss and fallen leaves, cushioning each step. Here, the trees stand tall and silent, their branches reaching upward like the arms of ancient guardians. A faint mist clings to the forest floor, weaving between roots and rocks like a gentle breath. You pause, closing your eyes to listen to the whisper of wind through the pines, the distant call of a bird greeting the dawn, the slow pulse of life in this quiet place. You run your fingers along the rough bark of a nearby tree, feeling its strength and age. Some say these woods have watched over the village for centuries, keeping secrets safe beneath their canopy. You find a fallen branch, smooth and light, and sit against the tree trunk. Drawing your charcoal from your bag, you sketch the silhouette of the forest, tall, dark shapes softened by mist and morning light. Each line captures not just the form, but the quiet magic held in this early hour. You breathe deeply, filling your lungs with the fresh scent of pine and moss. Slowly, the sky brightens, pale gold bleeding through the branches. You rise, feeling the forest's calm settle in your chest, like a slow, steady heartbeat, as you walk back toward the village. The first bird song greets you, a soft chorus welcoming the day. You return home, your mind still wrapped in the quiet wonder of the woods. You lie down beneath your blanket, the memory of mist and pine weaving through your dreams, and sleep comes like the forest at dawn, still, deep, and full of gentle awakening. The morning hums quietly, a soft melody woven through the air. You awake wrapped in the gentle warmth of your blanket, the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains. Outside, the world stirs slowly, a chorus of bird song rising, the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a shy breeze. You rise with calm ease, feeling the familiar comfort of the day beginning. Your steps lead you toward the village marketplace, where stalls begin to open like flowers greeting the sun. The scent of fresh herbs, ripe fruit, and baked goods mingles in the air, a delicate perfume that feels like home. You pause by a stall, where an elder arranges bundles of dried lavender and rosemary, their hands steady and sure despite the years behind them. She offers you a small sachet, soft linen tied with a ribbon, filled with fragrant herbs. You accept it with a smile, tucking it carefully into your cloak pocket. The marketplace buzzes with quiet conversation and soft laughter, the gentle ebb and flow of village life. You wander slowly, taking in the colors and textures, woven baskets, smooth pottery, bright cloths fluttering in the breeze. Near the fountain, children play softly, their laughter a tender soundtrack to the morning. You find a shaded bench and settle down. Drawing your charcoal and paper from your bag, you sketch the sachet, its folds and textures captured with gentle strokes, the aroma seeming to linger even on the page. Your fingers brush lightly over the drawing, leaving faint smudges like whispered memories as the sun climbs higher. You fold your sketch carefully and rise. You make your way home. The scent of herbs, a quiet comfort against the warmth of the day. You lie down beneath your blanket, the sachet, resting nearby, its fragrance weaving through your dreams, and sleep comes like a soft lullaby of lavender and rosemary, gentle, soothing, and full of quiet peace. The late afternoon sun pours through the window in golden streams. You sit quietly by the hearth, the faint crackle of embers filling the room with a cozy rhythm. The scent of burning wood mingles with the faint aroma of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. Outside, the world slows as shadows stretch long and soft across the village. You take your charcoal and paper and begin to draw the flickering flames, their dancing shapes casting warm light and shadow in the quiet room. Your strokes are slow and thoughtful, capturing the way the fire breathes and moves alive, unpredictable, yet comforting. A small breeze slips through the open door, carrying the scent of wildflowers and distant rain. You pause, letting the sounds and smells settle around you like a gentle hug. The warmth from the fire seeps into your skin, easing away any tension. You lean back, eyes soft, feeling the quiet weight of the day settle gently into the evening outside. The first stars begin to twinkle, distant and patient. You close your eyes, imagining the flames dancing just beyond your eyelids, and sleep comes like a slow-burning fire, steady, warm, and glowing softly in the dark. The night is deep and hushed, a velvet cloak wrapping the world in silence. You lie still, the weight of the day melting away as your breathing slows and softens. Outside, the moon hangs low and gentle, casting pale silver light across your room. A faint breeze drifts through the window, carrying the scent of jasmine and cool earth. You feel the quiet pulse of night all around you, the whisper of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the soft rustle of fabric as you shift beneath your covers. In the stillness, memories drift softly, faces, places, moments of light and laughter, tucked away like precious stones. Your fingers trace the edges of your blanket, feeling the worn fabric's softness, the gentle pull of thread and seam. You imagine the moonlight as a gentle hand, brushing over your skin, smoothing away the last traces of wakefulness. The world fades gently, colors blurring and softening, like a painting touched by mist. Your breath grows slow and even, a quiet tide ebbing and flowing beneath the calm night sky, and sleep comes like moonlight on velvet, soft, endless, and cradling you in a hush of peace. The night deepens around you, a quiet embrace that feels like coming home. You lie wrapped in soft linens, the fabric cool but familiar against your skin. The air in your room is still, touched only by the faintest whisper of a breeze that slips through a cracked window, carrying the scent of rain on earth and the distant hum of night insects. Outside, the world sleeps beneath a sky thick with stars, quiet, infinite, and steady. You imagine them as tiny lanterns, glowing softly just beyond reach, watching over everything below with gentle patience. You breathe slowly, each inhale carrying the cool night air into your lungs, each exhale releasing any lingering tension you might hold. Your body sinks deeper into the mattress, heavy and warm, as if the bed itself is folding you into a cocoon. The faintest flicker of candlelight dances on the walls, casting soft shadows that sway like slow waves. The flame's gentle pulse matches the rhythm of your heart, steady and calm. You think back over the day you've traveled through, the soft stir of lavender fields, the woven baskets hanging from trees, the whispering forest cloaked in mist, the warmth of fresh bread cooling on a windowsill, the hush of the olive grove at twilight. Each moment, a gentle thread in the tapestry of your journey, woven together by quiet breaths and slow footsteps. You remember the hands that taught you to weave the laughter of children by the fountain, the soft purr of the cat that curled in your lap like a warm stone. You feel the scent of wildflowers pressed against your skin, the taste of ginger tea lingering at the back of your throat. There was magic in those moments, not the kind shouted from mountaintops, but the kind that hums softly in the spaces between things, the kind that lives in shadows and scents, and the slow turning of the earth beneath your feet. You close your eyes and let the images swirl like a slow river in your mind's eye. The warmth of the sun on your face, the cool brush of rain, the soft murmur of the stream winding its way through the village. Carrying stories whispered long ago, you feel the fabric of time pull taut, then relax, folding the past and present into a seamless quiet. Your breath deepens, still, steady and sure, as you sink further into this soft silence. There is no need to hurry here, no need to chase, or catch, or hold on, just the gentle pulse of night, the slow sway of sleep drawing near. You imagine yourself floating weightless, light drifting over the olive trees, gliding above the lavender fields, carried on a breeze, scented with earth and wild thyme. The stars twinkle softly above, like distant friends waving good night. Your thoughts slow, becoming more and more like whispers, fading into the gentle hum of dreams, waiting just beyond the veil of wakefulness. You feel the warmth of the earth below, steady and constant, cradling you like a mother's arms. The night air wraps around you, cool and tender, a soft shawl woven from moonbeams and shadow. You breathe slower now, in and out, a quiet rhythm that matches the turning of the world outside. There is a softness growing inside you, like a flickering flame becoming steady light. You feel the day's last light settling like dust on your skin, gentle and still. You imagine sleep curling around you like old linen, wrapping you in layers of warmth and comfort. The candle flickers low, its glow shrinking until only the faintest embers remain, and the room is filled with the quiet peace of deep night. Your body is heavy, your mind still, your heart calm. You drift slowly now, moving toward a place where dreams and rest mingle, where the lines between time and space dissolve into soft shadow. The stars above blink one last time before your eyelids closed fully, sealing you in a quiet world of softness and light. Sleep embraces you like a gentle tide, pulling you deeper, carrying you safely to where you need to be. And here, in this stillness, the journey ends not with a bang but a sigh, a quiet, endless unfolding of rest, of peace, of gentle letting go. You are home, you are safe, and you sleep. Asterisk now, as your breath softens and the quiet night wraps around you like a gentle shawl. You feel the gentle echo of the day's journey lingering softly in your mind. Each moment you've wandered through the delicate weave of shadows, the tender scent of lavender, the whisper of ancient trees, settles into your heart like a favorite song. There's no hurry here, no rushing, just the calm rhythm of rest, like waves rolling slowly onto a quiet shore. You feel your body sinking deeper into softness, your muscles loosening, your thoughts drifting like leaves on a still pond. Remember the warmth of the sun, the coolness of the earth, the soothing hum of the village as it sleeps. These are the gentle threads that connect you to this peaceful world, a world where time slows, where worries fade, where rest is a kind friend waiting patiently. You breathe slower now, each inhale filling you with calm, each exhale releasing the day's last remnants. Let your mind float in the soft quiet, where dreams gather like stars, sparkling gently in the vastness of night. Sleep curls around you like old linen, warm, familiar, and full of comfort. And in this stillness, you are safe, you are whole, you are at peace. Rest deeply now, and when you wake, carry this quiet calm with you, a gentle light to guide your way through each new day. Good night.